Chapter 889. Many ancient books in the modern world described that the human body was the manifestation of the Taoist body, and that the human race was truly favored by heaven and earth. The fact that the water race and sea race had similar bodies to the human race was probably proof. The fact that the human race occupied the modern world alone and had abundant resources seemed to prove this point. Although the water race and sea race seemed to be innately stronger than the human race, this saying had been passed down. Many people believed that the human race was the most perfect form since birth, and that they were the embodiment of heaven and earth's will. They were the spirit of all living things, and that was why they could become the rulers of the modern world. However, according to the sea race, the human race was only the slaves of the sea race, and the sea race was the true master of the modern world. The human emperor used despicable means to steal the power of the modern world. The dragon emperor led the water race out to sea and fought against the wind and waves to restore their glory. The sea would merge with the nearby sea, and the modern world's rivers and lakes would be controlled by the sea race again. The mountains and the land would be completely cleared of those despicable slaves, and nature would return to its original state, returning to the era of boundless spiritual energy. The human race and the sea race had their own sayings, and it was natural that no one would believe the other. When the sea race was completely destroyed one day, the human race's history would be the truth, and vice versa. Only the living had the right to record history. Any race with a long history would have a glorious history no matter what they did now. As for the real truth in the long river of history, perhaps only those who could see through time would know. Jiang Wang didn't want to tangle with the powerful sea race, and only wanted to cleanse his sins as quickly as possible. However, the world didn't revolve around a single person, and he couldn't decide the will of others. Humans didn't hurt the tiger's heart, but the tiger hurt humans. Not long after he left his previous position, a thorny elephant he controlled encountered the pointy-faced sea race member again. This time, the pointy-faced sea race member didn't kill the sea beast directly, but stood in front of the thorny elephant and looked directly into its eyes. "I already know of your existence. From now on, you can try your best to hide, and you can also try your best to escape." Facing the thorny elephant, he clearly knew that the thorny elephant's controller could receive his message. He was talking to Jiang Wang. His voice was very slow, and he seemed very certain and resolute. "But you can't escape. I will find you and kill you." Jiang Wang didn't make any response. He just dissipated the soul concealment snake and handed the thorny elephant over to the other party to deal with. However, he knew very well that the worst outcome had already occurred. The war between the human race and the sea race had been going on for years. There was no such thing as a fair duel, and there was no such thing as weaklings lining up to die. His goal of killing 100 commander-level sea tribe commanders wasn't particularly conspicuous in the bewildering world if the time was stretched out. The bewildering world war was cruel, and both the human and sea clans were well aware of it. Every second, a large number of warriors would die. Even the battle in the wilderness could be seen as a trial for both sides. However, if the goal of killing 100 sea tribe commanders was achieved in a short period of time, it would definitely attract the attention of the sea tribe. This was not a loss that could be taken lightly. In fact, when there was a time limit for the cleansing of sins, this was the most difficult part. With Jiang Wang's current strength, it was impossible for him to attract the sea race's attention. This pointy-faced member of the sea race was obviously here for him. Most likely, when he killed the red-eyed horned frog, he had already sensed the connection between him and these sea beasts. It was now night, and the entire bewildering world was pitch black. With the vision of a transcendent cultivator, it wouldn't affect the battle. In order to kill Granny Bijou, Jiang Wang waited for 3 days and 3 nights. At noon on the 4th day, he encountered Granny Bijou and killed her. Then, for the first time, he went to the floating island to rest. In the evening, he came out from the floating island and officially started hunting the sea tribe. It was now the 7th night in the bewildering world. In more than 3 days, he killed a total of 34 commander-level Sea Tribe commanders. He killed 9 on the first day, 12 on the second day, and 13 on the third day. It could be seen from these statistics, as his killing techniques became more and more mature, the speed at which he killed the Sea Tribe members did indeed increase. However, from the second day to the third day, it was obviously not as fast as from the first day to the second day. This was because Jiang Wang's strength was limited. No matter how perfect his hunting strategy was, there was still a limit to his strength. Moreover, the commander-level Sea Tribe commanders wouldn't run around all day long. It took time to find the commander-level Sea Tribe commanders. He had to choose one that could be easily killed, and he also had to try his best to avoid battles that consumed too much time and energy. This wasn't easy. The wilderness outside the floating island and the sea nests had always been a place where the human Sea Tribe warriors hunted each other. This was a dangerous training ground. When the battle reached the floating island or the sea nests, it would be the outbreak of an army-level war. In the Dingwei area, the Sea Tribe had the upper hand. The absolute advantage of 5 sea nests against 1 floating island caused the human cultivators to suffer more losses in the wilderness of the Dingwei area. In more than 3 days, the number of low-level commander-level Sea Tribe commanders who died far exceeded the previous ones. This abnormality had already attracted the Sea Tribe's attention. This sharp-faced member of the Sea Tribe came to investigate the cause. He had obviously found the traces and was going to start hunting Jiang Wang. However, Jiang Wang chose to escape. He scattered the sea beasts that he was currently controlling and let them wander on their own. In order to attract the attention of the pursuers, he left the sea beasts and returned to the floating island alone. It was meaningless to fight with this member of the Sea Tribe who was obviously not weak. Not to mention whether he could kill him, even if he was lucky enough to kill him, he would probably only attract stronger pursuers. It was better to let him chase and let the Sea Tribe think that this sharp-faced member of the Sea Tribe was enough to control the situation. Then he would stay far away and continue his mission of atonement. Anyway, it was about time for him to return to the floating island to resupply. Jiang Wang had already slipped away using the one-step-to-heaven immortal technique. The sharp-faced member of the Sea Tribe was still chasing him in this area, unaware that his opponent had already disappeared. He was Yuangu, a mid-level commander-level member of the Sea Tribe. He was a descendant of a true monarch and had a noble bloodline. He had the innate ability to control blood. True monarchs generally had many descendants, so this identity wasn't much. However, it was different if he inherited the innate ability. He had a real chance of inheriting the title of true monarch and was highly valued. Because of his innate ability, he was considered a ruthless character in the Dingwei area. The number of human cultivators who had died in his hands was uncountable. Yuangu was sure that his opponent had the ability to control sea beasts and had actually discovered the black soul snake hidden in the sea beast's bodies. However, his opponent was very cunning and had directly scattered every time, not giving him a chance to capture and study it. However, this wasn't a big problem. Souls weren't his forte, but blood was an essential existence for all life. However, not many people knew clearly. What could blood reflect? Coincidentally, Yuangu knew. He was an expert in this field. Whether the sea beast was being controlled, who was controlling it, and what methods were used. These minute information would be reflected in the subtle changes in its blood. Who was his opponent? What did his opponent look like? The more he analyzed the controlled sea beasts, the more complete the information in his mind would be. He would also be able to quickly sense other sea beasts under the same control. Thus, he could gradually reduce his opponent's range of action. His opponent was playing hide-and-seek with him. This made him feel excited. He enjoyed the trouble his opponent brought him, and the joy of being on the line between life and death. He would definitely win. At least, that was what Yuangu thought at this moment. Chapter 890. Jiang Wang knew that the sharp-faced member of the sea race was still hunting him. The conversation he had heard through the sea beasts was a challenge from the other party. He did not reject the challenge, but he did not accept it either. It was like two children playing hide-and-seek. They agreed to hide somewhere and wait for the other party to find them, but when the other party was still counting, he had already gone home. After the other party finished counting, they would search for him again and again in vain. After quickly adjusting his body condition on the floating island, Jiang Wang chose a completely different direction and set off again. He did not want to be entangled with anyone at all. His current cleansing progress was 34%. If he was lucky enough to kill 13 commander-level members of the sea race in a day, he would need at least 5 more days of non-stop fighting to complete his cleansing. This was after taking into account the time he needed to return to the floating island to replenish his supplies. 7 days had passed since he ambushed Granny Bijou and tried to hunt her down. He really did not have much time to waste. The first thing Jiang Wang did after leaving the floating island was to control some sea beasts and search around. His previous hunting method had been proven effective. Of course, he had to continue. Yu was a common surname of the sea race. But unlike the human race, there might not be only one sea race with the surname Yu in the world 500 years ago or 500 years later. Sharing the same origin as the sea race was born with a long lifespan. But because of the harsh environment of the sea, there were not many who could live for a long time. Also, it was difficult to have children, so it was not easy to pass down a legacy. For the sea race, having children was something that could be counted as a merit. And the stronger one was and the better one's bloodline, the more merit they would receive for having children. If a member of the sea race did nothing but work hard to have children after reaching the king rank, the merit they would receive in the end might not be worse than that of experts of the same level who spent all their time in the bewildering world. The lifespan of a king rank member of the sea race would increase again. Their ability to resist all kinds of dangers in the sea would also increase. They would often be able to leave behind many descendants in the long years. Yuangu was a product of such an environment. The sea race was indifferent. His true king ancestor had countless children, so it was impossible for him to take care of all of them. The true kings of the sea were like that. Only the descendants who inherited the gifted divine ability could receive their care. Therefore, Yuangu was lucky. However, the unfortunate thing was that in this large family there were 8 other people who had inherited the same innate divine ability as him. His strength was ranked at the bottom. Therefore, he also needed to work hard to prove himself, cultivate hard, and sharpen himself. Only then would he be valued more. Killing a powerful human cultivator was undoubtedly the best proof and the most glorious military achievement. This was the reason why he pursued Jiang Wang so relentlessly. However, after 10 hours of searching and killing 37 sea beasts, he was enraged. That bastard from the human race actually ran away. He was sure that the guy had run away instead of hiding somewhere and waiting for an opportunity to strike. This was the answer he got from combining the information in the blood of the 37 sea beasts under its control. It was clearly a battle of life and death, a bloody collision between the experts of the sea race and the human race. They sharpened their blades and schemed against each other. In the end, they decided to fight to the death and sublimate themselves in the midst of hardship. What a glorious and interesting thing this was! For this, he took a roundabout route, hid himself, created a diversion, and made a feint. In short, he made sufficient preparations and put on a show. With the greatest caution and focus, he found those sea beasts one by one. However, the opponent had already run away? Yuangu felt like an idiot. He had been fooled from the beginning to the end. The 38th sea beast that stopped in front of him, which was also the last sea beast that Jiang Wang had controlled, exploded. countless pieces of solidified blood scattered in all directions, like red stones scattered all over the ground. Coward! Humans are all spineless. His anger could not be quelled. He walked back while cursing. The human race needed to resist the mutation of the bewildering world, and so did the sea race. However, he had not left the sea nest for long. He planned to go back now only because of the anger and irritation in his heart. Although he looked down on the human cultivators, he recognized the strength of the human race in his heart. In a situation where his emotions were unstable, it was no longer suitable for him to hunt in the wild. This was irresponsible to himself. However, he stopped again after walking for a short while, because his innate divine ability allowed him to once again sense the familiar blood information. Sea beasts that had been controlled in the same way had appeared on the other side of this area. It was very far away, but it was indeed there. The coward finally dared to appear. Did he think that he had shaken him off? Yuan-gu was about to find him directly, but after thinking for a while, he smiled coldly. He took out a conch and quickly said a few words. Then, he turned around and walked in the direction of the signal. From Jiang Wang's point of view, the sea race powerhouse chasing him should be similar to Granny Bijou. Because of his mastery of the art of beast taming, he discovered the abnormality of those sea beasts. Therefore, he took the initiative to give up all the sea beasts that he had previously controlled and used them as decoy soldiers to lead the other party to chase after him. He returned to the floating island and adjusted himself before going out again. He still used the sea beasts as a powerful warning tool. He chose targets, hid, lured, and killed them in one go. However, this time, when he killed the third commander-level sea race powerhouse, 4 of the soul concealment snakes that he had released suddenly disappeared at the same time. This meant that he had lost contact with 4 of the sea beasts that he had controlled that were cruising around him. And he did not even get any information from the soul concealment snake. Just as Jiang Wang was stunned, another 2 sea beasts that he had controlled died. He immediately realized that the sea race powerhouse chasing him had come again. And because of some means of that pointy-faced sea race member, the sea beasts that he was currently controlling had already marked his location. And he was already surrounded. There was more than one opponent. That pointy-faced sea race member was at least a mid-level commander-level sea race powerhouse. He alone was not easy to deal with, not to mention that he had brought helpers this time. Without another word, Jiang Wang immediately took the initiative to disperse all the soul concealment snakes that he had released. He did not blame himself. He did not make any mistakes in this hunting operation. After all, he did not know the other party's ability. He also could not imagine how the other party had discovered and locked onto him when he was relying on the soul concealment snakes to control the sea beast. Sometimes it did not mean that you would not lose if you did not make any mistake. Because your opponent was also very powerful and had their own experiences, stories, wisdom, and decisions. I need to save myself. This was the only thought in Jiang Wang's mind. First of all, the other party must have come prepared. In order to avoid the previous failure of the pursuit, the helpers that he had brought would definitely be able to help him capture the opponent. Or they would be good at tracking, or they would be very fast, or they would have the ability to lock onto the enemy's escape route. Including that pointy-faced sea race member, there were at least 6 opponents. He definitely could not face them head-on. Secondly, judging from the location of the sea beast's deaths, the place where he was now was already surrounded. He could not rely on luck. The success rate of breaking out of the encirclement would not be very high. Because if he were the hunter, the first thing he would consider was the possibility of the opponent breaking out of the encirclement. Thirdly, the other party could only lock onto the controlled sea beasts, not him. Otherwise, they could have stealthily approached him without alerting the sea beast. After all, although he controlled those sea beasts, the sea beast's vision was very limited. If that was the case, His ending could be imagined. He had not been locked onto. This was where his chance of survival lay. Chapter 891. Within the bewildering world, Jiang Wang maintained sufficient caution. If someone knew that these sea beasts were under Jiang Wang's control, logically speaking, these sea beasts would spread out around Jiang Wang to maximize their field of vision. But in reality, if these sea beasts were to spread out in a circle, Jiang Wang was not at the center, but at a position slightly to the side. This was intentional. It was to prevent anyone from deducing his hiding position through the position of the sea beast. Jiang Wang immediately dispersed the soul concealment snake, freeing the sea beasts. While he voluntarily gave up his field of vision, he also caused the hunters to lose track of his position. Of course, before these hunters made their move, they had already memorized the range in their hearts. But at least within this area, everyone was currently shrouded in fog. Based on the area that the sea beasts had spread out before, this was an area with a radius of about 100 square kilometers. In the current situation, Jiang Wang was alone in this wilderness, facing the encirclement of more than 6 members of the sea tribe. Apart from the pointy-faced member of the sea tribe, he did not know the strength of the other members of the sea tribe. But at the very least, they were at the commander level. Jiang Wang had already displayed the strength to instantly kill a beginner commander-level member of the sea tribe. The sea tribe below this level could not cause him any trouble, so there was no need for them to participate in the battle. Perhaps there were some gifted general-level members of the sea tribe who had the ability to participate in this battle, but they could also be regarded as commander-level members of the sea tribe. Of course, he could not completely rule out the possibility of general-level members of the sea tribe joining the battle, although the possibility was very low. The only other variable was that this was a wilderness, so there was a possibility that human and sea tribe warriors would pass by. But Jiang Wang did not expect that to happen, because comparing the strength of the humans and sea tribe in the Dingwei area, the chances of them encountering strong reinforcements were obviously higher than his. At this moment, Jiang Wang was wearing a concealment cloak, hiding in a depression in a huge rock, not moving at all. He only used the red makeup mirror to observe the situation within 50 square kilometers. The way he hid himself was very particular. First of all, the sunken area was naturally present on the boulder. He did not do anything, so there was no trace that could be detected. Secondly, he did not use the Mirage King's Pearl to conceal himself. This was to prevent anyone who was sensitive to illusions from detecting the illusionary waves of the Mirage King's Pearl. The concealment robe was flawless, and there were no fluctuations of Dao techniques. It was a treasure for concealment, and even Yin Guan praised it endlessly. The cultivators of the outer tower might not be able to detect it, but the commander-level sea race cultivators were probably no exception. Of course, Xu Jie in the wind-chasing secret treasure and the Azure Cloud Pavilion had already made preparations. Once he was discovered in advance, he would choose to break out of the encirclement and escape. Of course, the possibility of success was very low. His opponent was very patient and meticulous. This was because Jiang Wang only discovered traces of the sea tribe through the red makeup mirror after 4 hours. This meant that they had locked down the approximate area from the beginning, and then searched from the outside to the inside, bit by bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken so long to arrive here. These members of the sea race had different heights and sizes. Apart from their scales and armor, they were not much different from humans. 1, 2, 3. In the end, he discovered that there were a total of 9 members of the sea race. First, the 6 sea beasts were all killed. It was obvious that his opponent had set a trap for him. It was to make him think that there were only 6 of them, so that he would make the wrong judgment and make the wrong decision. The red makeup mirror reflected their actions clearly. The 9 members of the sea race used their own methods to search inch by inch. This was the reason why their progress was so slow. They wanted to ensure that no one could hide in every inch of space. Obviously, their opponent was very sure that Jiang Wang was in this area. This was a constantly shrinking area. It was very nerve-wracking. At this time, Jiang Wang realized that he might have made a mistake. His action of immediately dissipating his spirit and concealing his snake made his opponent lose track of his exact location for a while, but it also made them certain that he was here. And not that he had already escaped. This was why they had to search inch by inch, which was extremely time-consuming and exhausting. Even the concealment robe could not block this level of search. The concealment robe could deceive one's senses, but it could not truly make him disappear. The plan of hiding in a certain place and escaping when his opponent was not paying attention was obviously not going to work, because his current location would definitely not be overlooked. What Jiang Wang did not know was that his choice was actually correct. If Yuangu were to obtain more information from the blood of the sea beasts, it would be even more disadvantageous for him. However, Jiang Wang never doubted himself. A difference of one move did not mean that he was in a dead end. The more dangerous the situation was, the calmer and more rational he was. The red makeup mirror was a good treasure. It could allow him to observe his opponents more carefully without worrying about being discovered by them. In particular, this group of opponents was currently searching inch by inch in an extremely meticulous manner. This gave Jiang Wang more time to understand them. Although it was only the application of the search ability, it was enough for Jiang Wang to determine their strength level. This was not the best result. It was not the 8 general-level members of the sea race forming a battle formation to follow the pointy-faced member of the sea race. It was also not the worst result. Among the 9 members of the sea race, there was no one stronger than the pointy-faced member of the sea race. They were all beginner commander-level members of the sea race. It was obvious that they were led by the pointy-faced member of the sea race and were following his orders. It seemed that the pointy-faced member of the sea race had an extraordinary identity. Think about it. How could an outer building cultivator be able to command 8 outer building cultivators at the same time unless he held a high position or had an illustrious background? Jiang Wang thought calmly. He could not continue to wait like this. Sooner or later, his opponents would search this place and find him. He could not sit and wait for death. He could not passively fight. Even if the 9 of them were beginner commander-level members of the sea race, they would be able to kill him in one move if they attacked together. Not to mention, there was also that pointy-faced member of the sea race who was much stronger. He had no other choice. He had to make the first move. Moreover, he had to kill the strongest pointy-faced member of the sea race in the shortest time possible. Only then would he have a chance of survival. This was very difficult, but he had to do it. Only if he did it would he have a chance of survival. If he did not do it, he would die. Then, how could he do it? Before this, the pointy-faced member of the sea race had used various methods to kill 38 sea beasts under his control. He had also observed the pointy-faced member of the sea race 38 times through his soul concealment snake. Just now, he had also carefully observed him through the red makeup mirror. Compared to the pointy-faced member of the sea race, he felt that he understood the pointy-faced member of the sea race better. For example, his strength was at the intermediate commander level, between the 3rd realm and 4th realm outer building cultivators. For example, his innate ability was related to blood control. When fighting him, he should seal his own blood and inject his Tao essence into every drop of blood to resist the other party's will and prevent his blood from becoming the other party's accomplice. But what kind of hidden methods did he have? What life-saving trump cards did he have? He did not know any of these. Therefore, once he made a move, he had to be as powerful as a thunderbolt. He had to have the confidence to destroy all of the other party's resistance and prevent the other party from reacting. Jiang Wang silently calculated and waited. Fortunately, the pointy-faced member of the sea race was not far from the boulder he was hiding in. Unfortunately, another member of the sea race was closer than him. According to the normal order, this boulder should be checked by the other member of the sea race first. What should he do? Calm down. Chapter 892. That pointy-faced member of the sea race opened his 5 fingers. Above his 5 fingers, a faint blood mist was undulating. This was probably his way of inspecting the space. He maintained this posture and moved around continuously. His efficiency was very high. Jiang Wang put himself in the other party's shoes. He could also imagine, when the other party's range was constantly shrinking, he would definitely be extremely vigilant. The human race was not the only one who knew that a trapped beast would still fight. Therefore, the timing of the attack had to be precise. Through the red makeup mirror, Jiang Wang stared at these members of the sea race. The one closest to this huge rock was a female member of the sea race with a single horn on her forehead. She was about 3 miles away from his left. The pointy-faced member of the sea race with the blood mist in his hand was about 5 miles away from him. His steps were very steady, and his eyes were vigilantly looking around. There were almost no obstructions in the bewildering world. Therefore, one's field of vision was very wide. Due to the vision of a commander-level expert of the sea race, the pointy-faced member of the sea race could clearly see this huge rock from 5 miles away. When his eyes moved left and right, inadvertently sweeping across this huge rock. Now is the time. Frost flashed in the second inner mansion. Divine ability diverted. Yuangu was vigilantly searching this place inch by inch. He was certain that the human cultivator had some kind of concealment divine ability, which was why he was able to escape in front of him. Perhaps this was also the reason why he could easily kill the experts of the sea race. This time, he mobilized more than half of the combat team to prevent the other party from escaping. No matter how deeply he hid, he would still dig him out. When he saw the huge rock in the distance, he was actually just vigilantly observing the surrounding environment. He could completely ignore it. But at this moment, his heart suddenly stirred. Could there be a problem with this rock fragment? Jiang Wang simply called it a huge rock. The sea race had a special name for it, which was rock fragment. He knew the origin of the rock fragment better than Jiang Wang. He also knew that the rock fragment would move slowly under the guidance of the bewildering world. Perhaps the human cultivator wanted to use this rock fragment to float away. He thought. This rather large rock fragment could be checked by Yu Ruanxiu, who was closer to it, or he could check it himself. Because of this suspicion, he decided to check it himself later. After all, he was stronger and more meticulous in his inspection. However, he wouldn't rush over immediately. He only gave a few instructions through Conk and roughly adjusted his and Yu Ruanxiu's route. He would check along the way and would not be in a hurry to let go of any space on the way. He would not leave any space for escape. The Astray God art could influence the other party's choice to a certain extent, but it couldn't instruct the other party to do something out of nothing. It was also very difficult to influence the specific process of the other party's choice. Jiang Wang had already created a possibility for himself, but now he still had to wait. He remained patient. This group of Sea tribe members obviously had quite a tacit understanding. They rarely talked to each other and only did their own things. However, they formed an impenetrable net that constantly narrowed the area. He was getting closer and closer. At this moment, the 9 members of the Sea tribe, as well as Jiang Wang himself, were all within 25 kilometers of the red makeup mirror. What kind of concept was 50 miles? If they were to inspect inch by inch like the sea race, it would take them at least 4 hours to complete their inspection. However, 4 transcendent experts at their level, once they unleashed their full strength, they would arrive in an instant. In other words, although these members of the Sea tribe were scattered in different directions and seemed to be very far away from each other, However, if Jiang Wang's movements were a beat slower, the other members of the Sea tribe would instantly react and surround him. If he didn't respond properly, he would instantly die on the spot. There was only one chance. Jiang Wang held his breath. He had been observing the other party through the red makeup mirror and not with his own eyes. He would not make the same mistake as he had suffered in Yong country's Wensi County. Although not everyone could feel the weight of the gaze, there were still people who had done it before. The pointy-faced member of the Sea tribe slowly walked over. This fellow was really patient. Although he already had subtle suspicions about this huge rock, he was not in a hurry to inspect it. Instead, he resolutely carried out his arrangements and still wanted to inspect it step by step and inch by inch. This was an experienced warrior who definitely could not be underestimated. Jiang Wang was wearing a stealth cloak. He held the red makeup mirror in his hand and closed his eyes slightly. Through the red makeup mirror, he grasped the positions of the 9 members of the Sea tribe. Closer, closer, he quickly made a judgment in his mind. This might be the best opportunity, because 6 of the 9 members of the Sea tribe were not looking at him at this moment. This meant that at least if he attacked now, these 6 members of the Sea tribe would be delayed by a breath's time. They needed time to receive information and react. It would be best if he could wait until the remaining 8 members of the Sea tribe moved their gazes away. However, that was almost impossible. Jiang Wang did not pray for luck. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and opened his eyes. The red makeup mirror's image appeared in front of the member of the Sea tribe furthest away. Under the effect of the Mirage King's Pearl, it performed the most terrifying and powerful sword move that could almost destroy the world. A sword move that could destroy the world, just when almost all the 9 members of the Sea tribe were distracted. The secret treasure of wind chasing was opened. Jiang Wang directly rushed in front of the pointy-faced member of the Sea tribe and tore 10 talismans in one breath. Fierce wind, furious flames, thorny vines, they were all talismans that could simultaneously increase the power of the fire element. Then, he opened his hand and opened the secret treasure of Spark, Flame Sparrow's Cry, 8 notes burning the sea. The sea of flames and the sound waves instantly engulfed the pointy-faced member of the Sea tribe and the female member of the Sea tribe closest to him. His left hand flipped the glazed cloud evening goblet. Under the control of Xing Xi's dragon head staff, the 5-colored fish shot out rapidly. The sudden violent flow of spells caught the pointy-faced member of the Sea tribe off guard. The 8 notes burning the sea, whose power had been greatly increased, was suddenly released. The power of the fire element and the sound waves engulfed him at the same time. In this terrifying chaos, the small 5-colored fish shot out rapidly and penetrated the flow of spells. While the pointy-faced member of the Sea tribe was busy defending himself against the spells, it instantly pierced his chest. Venom poured out. There were 5 colors of the fish: red, black, yellow, green, and blue. One would definitely die after being kissed by the fish. Almost at the same time as the venom poured in, the pointy-faced member of the Sea tribe was instantly annihilated. He could not even react. The mid-level commander-level member of the Sea tribe, Yuangu, was dead. While Jiang Wang commanded the 5-colored fish to attack, he himself was already past his prime. He turned around and crashed in front of the female member of the Sea tribe. He was certain that the pointy-faced member of the Sea tribe would die. He did not waste any time. The sea of flames and the sound waves had also engulfed the female member of the Sea tribe. However, because Jiang Wang did not attack her immediately, she reacted and used a barrier of water to temporarily create a safe zone for herself. She was about to support Yuangu immediately. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wang did not add more damage to Yuangu. Instead, he turned around and approached her with his long sword. He directly pierced through the barrier of water and landed in front of her. When their eyes met, Jiang Wang opened his mouth. The true Samadhi fire spewed out and burned off half of her head. From the moment he attacked until now, Only 2 breaths had passed. Within 2 breaths, he had killed 2 commander-level members of the Sea Tribe. The other 7 members of the Sea Tribe were immediately attracted by the illusory body of the Hong Zhuang mirror. They did not dare to underestimate the terrifying power of the Mirage King's Pearl. Immediately after, a battle broke out at Yuangu's side. They were well trained and immediately divided into 2 groups to support the 2 sides. One group supported Yuangu's side, while the other group supported the Sea Tribe that was facing the terrifying power of the illusory body. When the 4 members of the Sea Tribe arrived, Yuangu and Yu Ruanxiu were already dead. The 4 members of the Sea Tribe attacked almost at the same time. The other 3 members of the Sea Tribe had also discovered the illusory body in the shortest time possible. They broke it and were rushing over with all their might. Jiang Wang spat out a mouthful of true samadhi fire and blew off the female member of the Sea Tribe's head. He turned around and charged forward with his sword. He did not choose to escape directly. Instead, he continued to kill. This was because he might not be able to escape from the 7 commander-level members of the Sea Tribe with different backgrounds. They might have some means to restrict his movements. When the 7 commander-level members of the Sea Tribe worked together, he would not be able to survive. On the contrary, if he could kill the 2 members of the Sea Tribe in an instant and break their courage, he would have a better chance. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the brave will win. Chapter 893. When he was still killing bandits in the outer court, Jiang Wang understood a principle. Death was something that happened more often when one was fleeing. In a life-and-death battle, the one who was not afraid of death usually survived. Because once fear was born, one's footsteps would slow down, and one's sword would be blunt. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. His sword glinted coldly, and he took the initiative to jump out of the sea of flames that had yet to dissipate. He charged straight at the 4 members of the sea race who had arrived first. With a horizontal slash of his sword, it was as if he was opening a line between heaven and earth. With a vertical slap of his palm, he used the 8 notes burning the sea again. On this vast island with lush green trees, his Tao energy was far more vigorous than other cultivators of the same level. Even for an A-grade high-grade Tao technique like the 8 notes burning the sea, he could use it 7 or 8 times in a battle. In the face of Jiang Wang's godlike ferocity, these members of the sea race did not dare to be careless. The sea race's combat team consisted of 10 people. Other than one member of the sea race who had returned to the vast sea to handle some matters, everyone in this team was here. This human cultivator had killed 34 commander-level members of the sea race in 3 days. If they could kill or capture him, it would definitely be a great achievement. They actively launched a siege and trapped their opponent. The first step was obviously done perfectly. They were just waiting to reel in the net and return with a full load. However, they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, 2 of the 9 commander-level members of the sea race had already died. Especially the terrifying Yuangu. As the leader of this team, he was the most powerful and had the noblest bloodline. However, he was killed instantly before he could even use any of his techniques. If Yuangu was careless and met with misfortune, then what about Yu Ruanxiu? They died almost at the same time. The first time could be due to luck, but the second time was enough to prove his strength. If it was him, would he be able to withstand it? Every member of the sea race who was still alive would inevitably consider this question. However, to be able to survive in the harsh environment of the vast sea and grow into commander-level members of the sea race, they naturally would not be scared away just like that. A handsome member of the sea race with horizontal lines on his face pulled out a short knife from his ribs. It was as if he was pulling out his own ribs, and a cold light suddenly appeared. Before he pulled out the knife, he had already leaped out. When he pulled out the knife, he had almost cut through the tide of flames. A beautiful female member of the sea race crossed her hands in front of her. Her fingernails suddenly grew as if she was holding 5 daggers in each hand. Whoosh! That was the sharp sound of sword chi being torn apart. A fat member of the Sea clan suddenly sucked in a deep breath. The waves of fire and sound waves created by the 8 sounds burning sea, which had both tangible and intangible destructive power, all rushed into his mouth. The expansive 8 tones of burning sea was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. A tall marine race general with a curved horn on his head jumped out. His muscles were as hard as rocks, and he directly rushed in front of Jiang Wang. He held the cannon hammer with both hands and smashed it down. It was as powerful as a landslide. All of this took a long time to describe, but it all happened at the same time. This was the reaction of a commander-level expert of the oceanic species. He was a warrior who had truly fought in the blue sea and bewildering worlds. It was true that he was caught off guard, but in an instant, he launched a storm-like counterattack against Jiang Wang. What was more, behind these 4 commander-level experts of the sea race, the other 3 members of the sea race who had broken through the illusion had already rushed over. There was only about 2 breaths of time left. The famous scholar's sword was torn apart, and the waves of fire and sound waves of the 8 tones of burning sea were also swallowed up. At the same time, a terrifying suction force was shackling his movements. There were also blade lights, claw shadows, and cannon hammers in front of him. Jiang Wang's sword light turned. His body was like duckweed, drifting with the waves amidst these terrifying attacks. The sword was not of his own volition. Even when he was at the end of the road, he did not forget to resist. Thus, he managed to gain some space. As he drifted, he pressed down on the air and turned around. When he pressed down, he had already quietly disguised the true samadhi fire as an ordinary flame flower and pressed it into the sea of flames. After turning around, the spirit concealment snakes swarmed out. In the most direct and violent way, they charged into the sea of consciousness of the curved horn sea race. Even Granny Bijou, who was equivalent to a mid-level commander-level cultivator of the sea race, had to avoid his spirit combat power, let alone this low-level commander-level expert of the sea race. Needless to say, this curved horn sea race was the one with the weakest spirit combat power among these opponents. 2,000 spirit concealment snakes frantically attacked. In the sea of consciousness, the curved horn sea race roared to the sky and revealed his beast form. It was a large dark blue fish with curved horns on its head. The fish scales stood upright like swords and spears. It suddenly collided with the spirit concealment snakes and cut them. This should have been a long war of conquest. Because after the low-level commander-level expert of the sea race transformed his spirit beast, his spirit combat power instantly skyrocketed. It was not much weaker than Granny Bijou. But how could Jiang Wang, who had long known that the Sea Lord's original form could evolve his spirit combat power, not be prepared? His initial plan was to force the other party to transform his spirit beast and fall into madness. This would break the alliance between the curved horn sea race and the other sea races. An opponent who had fallen into madness could even be used as a teammate. But the commander-level sea race was obviously different from the warrior-level sea race he had dealt with before. It was already enough to control the power of the spirit beast and did not confuse its mind. Therefore, Jiang Wang immediately opened the second option. The 2,000 spirit concealment snakes turned into 2,000 spirit flame sparrows. They pounced on the curved horn sea race's spirit beast and directly self-destructed without pecking. Bang 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 bang. The confrontation at the spirit combat level only lasted for a moment. The sea of consciousness of the curved horn sea race had already been turned upside down by the explosion. But the outside world seemed to have just made contact. Jiang Wang looked straight ahead, and the curved horn sea race's cannon hammer smashed down. At this moment, Jiang Wang, who had self-destructed a large amount of spirit combat power, turned pale, but the other party's eyes were dull. So he beheaded him with a horizontal slash. It was better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. That was why Jiang Wang went all out. He did not hesitate to temporarily sacrifice his spirit combat power to complete the kill. As the curved horn sea race's head flew into the air, Chang Xiangxi turned around and formed a circle, blocking the saber light and claw shadow that were descending at almost the same time. Although the circle formed by the sword was not broken on the spot, the entire silvery white sword circle was forced back dozens of meters. Then, the sword light dispersed, and Jiang Wang spat out a mouthful of blood. This defensive sword technique, that he had created in the forest ocean origin realm, was still barely enough to deal with an attack of this level. But to the sea race's horror, the sword circle had just collapsed, and before they could finish spitting out blood, Jiang Wang had already charged out again. The youth wielded his sword as if he did not know the meaning of life and death. He only knew how to kill. Like a meteor chasing after the moon, his sword stabbed into the sea race's twin sabers. Chains extended from the void and temporarily separated the female sea race's dagger-like fingertip. At the same time, the fat sea race member suddenly screamed in agony as his entire body began to burn. He had swallowed the true samadhi flames that Jiang Wang had concealed within the flame tide. The flames that spread from the inside out could not even be cut off in time. The true samadhi flames that could burn anything directly burned through his body and incinerated him on the spot. In a single exchange, another 2 sea race members had died. At this moment, the remaining sea race member with the wrinkles on her face was fighting against the chains. The female sea race member with the dagger-like fingertips was fighting against the chains. The other 3 sea race members were charging over from 3 different directions, all of them in their sea lord forms. In front of them was a giant shark-like beast. Apart from its sharp teeth, it also had a pair of sharp claws under its abdomen and a pair of eyes that were like whirlpools. The original form of the Ocean Lord in the front left was not huge. Instead, it was skinny, like a fish that had been eaten clean and only had bone spurs left. However, every bone spur was emitting a dark light. The Sea Lord form on the rear right looked the most frightening. Its head was like an eagle's, it had 80 legs, 6 wings on its back, and a long tail that resembled both a dragon and a snake. They all pounced at Jiang Wang. Chapter 894. The Sea Clan would not easily use the Sea Lord's true form. Although the Sea Lord's true form was powerful, it also consumed a lot of energy. Every time they revealed the Sea Lord's true form, they would need to recuperate for a long time. Therefore, they would not use it unless it was necessary. However, the human cultivator in front of them was so fierce that they could not care less about holding back. If it was not necessary now, when would it be? In this world, there were thousands of people, thousands of lives, thousands of cruelties, and thousands of bravery. Humans were not the only ones who were brave. Jiang Wang was not the only one who could be called brave. Jiang Wang killed several Sea Clan members in a row. Not only did he not scare them away, but he also aroused their ferocity. When the Sea Lord's true form was revealed, its power instantly soared. The huge, sharp-clawed shark's eyes turned rapidly, and blood vessels almost appeared in the vortex. It stared at Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang only felt as if there were countless small hands around him, pulling at him crazily and firmly holding him in place. Fire rose around his body. The flame sparrow whistled, and the 8 notes burned the sea. Jiang Wang directly used himself as the center and released the 8 notes, burned the sea to buy himself some space to fight. However, the bony Sea Lord's true form only shook its body. Hundreds and thousands of dark bone spurs turned red and flew out of its body. They shot out like javelins and nailed the surroundings. Jiang Wang could clearly sense that all the fire elemental energy in this area was rejected. These bone spurs actually had the ability to restrict elemental energy. Moreover, the effect was far stronger than the water restriction talisman he used. Thus, the sea of flames was extinguished, and the sound waves were extinguished. At the same time, the female Sea clan member with dagger-like fingertips softly uttered an obscure syllable. The green vine was like a snake coiling around her body. With a grab, it cut off the chains that imprisoned her body. Then, it rushed toward Jiang Wang. The Sea clan member with the wrinkles on his face had already swung away Jiang Wang's sword technique that he could not control. His two blades crossed and went straight for Jiang Wang's chest and abdomen. These Sea clan members were originally very strong. They fought together in teams all year round, and their cooperation was even more tacit. Jiang Wang's response was almost perfect. He had already squeezed out all of his combat potential and did not leave any openings at all. However, they relied on their strength and teamwork to create an opening. At this moment, Jiang Wang couldn't move, couldn't pull back his sword to protect himself, and couldn't even release the burning sea of 8 sounds again, because the fire element had been exhausted. On the other hand, the true Samadhi fire was not limitless. After killing 2 members of the sea race, it was almost exhausted. In this moment of desperation, he only had time to tear open a few talismans. Stone armor rune, golden body amulet, ice cage rune, iron wall talisman. The 6-winged Sea Lord's true form on the right rear was extremely fast. With a flap of its 6 wings and a movement of its 80 legs, it had already pounced in front of Jiang Wang. Its hawk-like beak opened, revealing frighteningly dense rows of sharp white teeth as it bit towards Jiang Wang. As expected, he was the strongest among the remaining members of the sea race. The beak was so sharp that it only needed 1 bite. The iron wall was broken, the ice cage exploded, the golden light was extinguished, and the stone armor was shattered. Jiang Wang was about to die on the spot. Suddenly there was the sound of dancing. The song said, "Look, look, look, walk slowly, after the horizon there is the horizon. The sea is stormy, I hope you return home soon." The word "one" appeared on Jiang Wang's clothes. It was Su Xiangqian's farewell limerick. Divine ability, splendid embroidery. Su Gaogao had always been secretive about his divine ability. This was because some divine abilities should not be known to others, just like Jiang Wang's own misguided path. Therefore, if Su Xiangqian didn't say anything, no one asked. This was a sincere wish that had the power to turn fantasy into reality. However, it was not completely equivalent to a wishing divine ability. Most wishing divine abilities were the feedback of certain powerful existences. There was also a portion that involved karma. Splendid embroidery was not karma. Splendid embroidery was to make preparations for a certain outcome. When he opened his mouth, he would say splendid embroidery, but he had to say it word by word like brocade. The sea is stormy, I hope you return home soon. This was Su Xiangqian's beautiful wish for Jiang Wang. It was the splendid embroidery that he had woven for Jiang Wang. In order to ensure that this outcome would become reality, he would pay different prices according to the difficulties in the process. And this time, he had blocked Jiang Wang's almost fatal attack. How could Su Xiangqian not give a gift on the world's edge stage? Although he was embarrassed and had nothing in his sleeves, he had already given his most sincere friendship. The original form of the 6-winged Sea Lord bit through several layers of protective talismans. When it was about to land on Jiang Wang's body, it bit empty air. Jiang Wang tapped the tip of his foot, and the green cloud under his feet dissipated. He broke away from the attacks that entangled him and was already face to face with the female Sea clan member with dagger-like fingertips. He held his sword like a knife and directly stabbed forward. The green vines wrapped around the female Sea clan member's body interweaved like armor to block the sword. However, Jiang Wang's left hand pressed directly on the vine armor. A grayish-white light circulated in his hand. Rotten wood technique. The rotten wood technique was only an A-grade mid-grade technique, but it relied on its innate ability to instantly corrode and penetrate the vine armor. Chang Xiangxi stabbed in without any delay. Jiang Wang pushed with his left hand, and the female Sea clan member with dagger-like fingertips fell backward powerlessly. In that instant, Chang Xiangxi's burst of sword qi had already minced her internal organs. She couldn't be more dead. All of this seemed very slow, but it was completed in the blink of an eye. It looked like Jiang Wang had rushed over, held his sword like a knife, and stabbed her to death. Jiang Wang pulled out his sword and expressionlessly looked at the remaining Sea clan members. Frost circulated in the second inner mansion. A stray divine ability. His target was the eagle-headed Sea clan member with 80 legs and 6 wings on his back. When the strongest member of the team, Yuan Gu, was instantly killed, did he feel fear? Of course he did. However, he would not run away. When Yu Ruanxiu died in the next moment, did he feel nervous? Of course he did, but he still dared to fight. When 2 of his comrades who had rushed in front died in a single exchange, did he not feel panic? However, he also felt anger and hatred. He also wanted to take revenge. Just as their combined attacks were about to kill the detestable human cultivator, they failed to do so. He had to admit that he couldn't control his panic. However, in the next moment, another comrade was killed. He had almost no power to resist. He saw with his own eyes that his comrades died one by one. It seemed like they didn't cause any trouble to the other party. That human cultivator didn't seem like an ordinary inner mansion cultivator at all. Instead, he seemed like a legendary heavenly palace cultivator. He killed his comrades who were familiar with his strength as easily and efficiently as if he were killing chickens. At this moment, his fear finally reached a critical point. He roared furiously, turned around, and with a flap of his wings, he disappeared without a trace. He ran away. At this moment, a stray divine ability influenced his choice. In this small battle team, his strength was second only to Yuan Gu. His escape directly destroyed the morale of the team. The 2 who had revealed their true forms of the Sea Lords, the sharp-clawed shark and the bone-spiked fish, closed their eyes. The other even directly gave up on the bone spikes and scattered to the 2 sides, each fleeing in panic. The handsome Sea race member with horizontal stripes on his face immediately returned his blade to his ribs and turned to flee. Slap! A dim and lightless rope had been hidden in front of him at some unknown time. Just as he was at a loss, it happened to bind him tightly. "Save me! Save me!" he shouted in terror. However, this scene intensified the fear of the fleeing people. They almost desperately increased their speed. That terrifying human cultivator didn't seem to plan on letting any of them go. Huff, huff. Jiang Wang took long breaths, allowing his exhausted body to absorb a little strength as he breathed. He slowly flew to the front of the last Sea race member left on the scene. Don't! This Sea race member shouted with all his might, "Let's discuss, we can discuss, I'll pay for my life." Jiang Wang didn't listen to him at all. Holding the longsword with both hands, he slashed horizontally from left to right. This Sea race member screamed, but he didn't die yet, because the Sauvignon slash only cut into half of his neck. It wasn't because his neck was particularly tough, nor was it because the Sauvignon slash wasn't sharp enough. It was because Jiang Wang didn't have much strength left. In the battle just now, he had used up everything. All of his wisdom, methods, tools, and nothing was held back. Huff! Jiang Wang let out a long sigh of relief. The icy ring on his thumb flashed with a cold light, and the Sauvignon slash finally smoothly crossed the finish line. The handsome head with the Sea race's characteristics even swayed on his neck before it silently rolled down. Chapter 895. When the splendid divine art took effect on Jiang Wang and helped him escape the fate of certain death. On the Crescent Moon Island, in a tea-house, Su Xiangqian, who was talking to Zhao Wuyan, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Zhao Wuyan supported him with one hand. While saving him, she still kept a distance. Junior Su, what happened to you? Jishu also looked at him nervously. Although she did not think that this guy with a high forehead was worthy of her senior sister, after interacting with him for so many days, she felt that he was not a bad person. Especially since he was good friends with Jiang Wang. Su Xiangqian's face was pale. His aura, which was full of energy, suddenly declined. After Zhao Wuyan passed in some gentle Tao energy, he paused for a while before opening his eyes. He said with difficulty, "Quick, I can't take it anymore. Before I die." He looked at Zhao Wuyan mournfully. "Can you say you love me?" Jishu could not help but roll her eyes and sit back down. "Why did you suddenly say you can't take it anymore? It must be an act." She thought that she had seen through Su Xiangqian's trick. Although she also felt that he had put in a lot of effort to make himself like this. But at the same time, she felt a sense of superiority in her head. "You can't even fool me, yet you want to fool my senior sister?" she thought in her heart. Zhao Wuyan indeed slowed her hand and placed Su Xiangqian on the ground. Then, she reached out and touched his eyes, closing his eyelid. She said lightly, "Then rest in peace." Just as she was about to get up, her hand was grabbed. The hand that had thick joints and didn't look like a scholar's gripped her tightly with a little strength. She was angry and wanted to shake it off. But when she thought of the bastard's condition, she could not help but disperse her true essence. Although she did not know what happened, Su Xiangqian was seriously injured. Maybe he could no longer bear her strength. That was just a small part. Of course, Su Xiangqian knew what happened. He also knew the condition of his body. Although his injuries were serious, his life was not in danger. Originally, he was worried for his good friend. Because of the activation of the splendid divine art, it meant that Jiang Wang had encountered a life-and-death crisis in the bewildering world. However, he also knew that there was no point in worrying. As friends, they had already done what they could. Jiang Wang was personally punished by the true monarch of the fishing sea tower, Wei Sun, to the bewildering world to wash away his sins. Unless another true monarch expert appeared, no one would be able to help him. Jiang Wang could only rely on himself. More importantly, the moment Zhao Wuyan held him up, he forgot everything else. What Jiang Wang? What bewildering world? What good friends? What Jinxiu? Even his injuries, he could only feel a warm and soft hand supporting his shoulder. That hand was so soft, senior sister, Zhao really cares about me. It was just that she was too reserved and usually refused to reveal her true feelings. Look at her now, she was revealing her true feelings. He thought to himself happily. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have waited until today to get injured. Seizing such a good opportunity, he took the opportunity to confess. He even mustered up his courage and grabbed senior martial sister Zhao's small hand. She did not refuse. At that moment, Su Xiangqian wanted to cry. He wanted to cry. It was too difficult. It was not that he had never touched a girl's small hand. When he was collecting, what kind of luxurious buildings had he not gone to? He had eaten, drunk, and played all over the world. What kind of tricks had he not seen? However, how could those vulgar women compare to senior martial sister Zhao? Just touching her small hand made him so happy that he almost fainted. "If I can be in your arms." Su Xiangqian's eyes were blurred as he said in a daze, "I will definitely be able to rest in peace." Then, he felt a round pill being stuffed into his mouth. It turned into a warm current that flowed to his limbs and bones. The first thought in his mind was, "Senior martial sister Zhao loves me so much that she used such a precious pill to heal me." Then, he heard senior martial sister Zhao's voice. Why did it sound a little cold? "All right, you won't die." Bang! Su Xiangqian felt a strong force coming from the small hand that he was holding. Not only did it explode, but it also sent his entire body flying. He flew high into the air and landed heavily. He smashed a tea table into pieces. Zhao Wuyan's face was as cold as frost. She thought about how she had not hesitated to waste a Wuchang pill to teach him a lesson. This boy should finally wake up a little. Su Xiangqian grimaced in pain as he got up from the ground. He patted his butt and ran back to Zhao Huiyan, full of energy. He looked at her with bright eyes and said affectionately, "Senior Marshal Sister Zhao, you saved me. From now on, my lowly life is yours. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. I will be with you in life and death. I will never leave you." "Hey, Senior Marshal Sister, where did you go? Wait for me. Slow down, take care of me, someone who was just injured." Jiang Wang stood quietly on the battlefield where the battle had just ended. He watched the last head roll down. The famous artifact had a spirit, so the Sauvignon yearning returned to its sheath. The 5-colored fish came out of nowhere and floated listlessly in front of Jiang Wang. It was extremely dispirited. Jiang Wang flipped his hand and took out the cloud muzuan to keep the 5-colored fish. Then, he took out the medicine given by Chung Gung Xing and swallowed a few pills. In the battle just now, he actually did not have much strength left. That was why he did not attack the 6-winged sea tribe member who was closest to him. Instead, he chose the female sea tribe member with dagger-like nails. Because the 6-winged sea tribe member was too strong, he did not have the confidence to kill him in one blow. As for the female sea tribe member with dagger-like nails, she was using a wood element spell to protect her body. His rotten wood spell happened to be able to break through it. He could take her by surprise and quickly finish her off. She was the best target to show his might. With the prestige of killing 5 sea tribe members in a row, he could use the Astray Path divine ability to influence the 6-winged sea tribe member's choice and make him flee. This would destroy the morale of the sea tribe members. As for the dragon imprisoning rope, he had conveniently set it up in the previous battle. If the opponents were not all scared away, he would use this treasure from Hai Zongming to help him kill another one. He did not believe that they would not be afraid. If the opponents all started to flee, he would use the dragon imprisoning rope to show the sea tribe members that he still had strength left and that he could still kill. They were so scared that they did not dare to turn back. Therefore, he did not listen to the pleas of the handsome sea tribe member. Once the other party regained his strength and broke free from the dragon imprisoning rope, he might be the one to die. Jiang Wang put away the cloud twilight goblet and slowly picked up the bone spurs. These were definitely good materials that could be made into a chi-forbidding array disc. They were much more valuable than the water-forbidding talisman. Then, he pulled out the twin blades of the handsome sea tribe member from under his ribs and cut off the female sea tribe member's dagger-like nails one by one. This young man who was leisurely cleaning up the battlefield had his head lowered and his waist bent like a miser who did not want to miss out on anything of value. He looked tired and weak. He did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. Who would have thought that just now, he had achieved a miraculous achievement? At the level of the divine ability inner mansion, he had fought against 9 commander-level sea tribe members alone. Among them, 8 were at the beginner level and 1 was at the intermediate level, and he had won. He had killed 6 and forced 3 to flee. But who would have known that just now he was almost at the end of his rope? It was truly a matter of life and death, but he had used his wisdom and bravery to kill his way out. Chapter 896. On the only floating island in the Dingwei region. This was a floating island under Mog Valley's jurisdiction and was guarded by its experts. The Xianwei colonel, Ding Jingshan, was the guardian of this floating island. Although he was also a God Advent cultivator, his combat strength was slightly weaker and he wasn't qualified to set up his own banner. He could only raise the Xianwei banner and take Yang Feng's banner as the Xianwei colonel. Ordinary floating islands could be guarded by outer tower peak experts with divine powers. But because the Dingwei region only had one floating island, they had no choice but to station a God Advent cultivator there. Unless they didn't want this floating island anymore. This was why Ding Jingshan personally guarded this place. The tall mountain at the center of the island was where he meditated and cultivated all year round. He felt that he and the Dingwei region were connected by fate because his surname was also Ding. This floating island was where his achievements lay, it was his duty, and it was also his honor. He hadn't slacked off for many years. It could be said that Ding Jingshan's contributions couldn't go unnoticed in the Dingwei region for the humans to be able to defend a piece of land under the pressure of the five nests. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged at the peak of the mountain, gazing at the bewildering world. The bewildering world didn't have up, down, left, or right directions, but the floating island was here and he was sitting here. Naturally, he could raise his head as the sky and lower his head as the earth. Turning a mountain into a platform was an easy task for Transcendent. Of course, he didn't sit here all year round just to enjoy the scenery. His true purpose was to control everything and control the overall situation. Not far in front of him, a long open scroll floated in the air, filled with all sorts of information. This was the projection of the sea border rankings in the Dingwei region. One of the rapidly jumping messages attracted his attention. It was the message of a cultivator who had come to the Dingwei region to cleanse his sins. Sea Fishing Tower's Venerable Chong Guang had personally sent 2 people over. He had no reason to refuse, nor did he need to. All cleansers had a certain level of strength and talent. Only then would they be worthy of cleansing their sins. Those with no value would usually be killed or mutilated. Who would have the time to send them to cleanse their sins? These powerful cleansers would only be more vicious in the bewildering world. Of course, the floating islands were happy to accept them. Wherever the cleanser killed the sea folk, that place would be considered their achievement. This time, after the information of the 2 cleansers appeared on the Sea Frontier leaderboard, there was no movement for several days. Later on, one of the stronger cleansers even went dark. He originally thought that his luck was bad this time as 2 pieces of trash had come, but he didn't take it to heart. However, a few days later, the other young man, who was only at the inner mansion stage of the divinity, began to kill more and more members of the Sea tribe. This made him feel that things were getting interesting. It should be known that Venerable Chong Guang had set the standard for cleansing the sins of this divine ability inner mansion cultivator. This young man didn't even have a starlight sacred house. If no one brought him along, he would definitely die in the bewildering world. However, the number of seafolk he killed kept increasing, and the speed of his increase was very stable. This meant that he had the strength to kill sea race commanders steadily. Moreover, as he familiarized himself with the seafolk, he could continue to increase his efficiency. For a cultivator at the inner palace level, this was already a genius-level performance. Because of this, he could finally understand why Reverend Chong Guang would send a cultivator of this level to wash away his sins. Geniuses naturally deserved to be treated well. Communication between the main world and the bewildering world wasn't very convenient, so Mog wouldn't go so far as to send experts to contact Ding Jingshan and inform him of Jiang Wang and Granny Bijou's information. Therefore, Ding Jingshan didn't know what Jiang Wang was trying to wash away his sins. There were many geniuses, and a flawed and sinful genius wasn't worthy of Ding Jingshan's attention. However, just a moment ago, the blood-red number behind Jiang Wang's name was originally 377, but in just a few breaths of time, it changed several times, and finally became 373. In other words, the kid who came to the Dingwei district to wash away his sins had killed 6 sea race commanders in a very short time. He knew very well how difficult this was. For many powerful outer palace cultivators with divine ability inner mansion, they might be able to do it. However, this kid was only at the inner mansion stage of the divine ability inner mansion stage. He had only established 2 manners. This young man called Jiang Wang. How did he do it? At least there was one thing that Ding Jingshan was very clear about. When he established two manners, he couldn't do such a thing. This was definitely a person from Tianjiao. Ding Jingshan used his right index finger to tap the knuckle of his left index finger. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Go investigate this Jiang Wang's background for me. Find out why he entered the bewildering world and what it has to do with Ocean Fishing Tower. Also, send someone to the wilderness and look for him. Don't interfere in any of his battles. Even if he's about to die, you can't help him. But if he's not in battle, you can bring him back." There was only one voice in the void that answered, "Yes." Mog's predecessor was the army, so he naturally obeyed orders. Ding Jingshan looked at the number on the sea border list and nodded with satisfaction. With a divine ability inner mansion cultivation, killing 6 sea race commanders in a row was bound to consume a lot of energy no matter how he did it. Such a person from Tianjiao, no matter which power he belonged to, was still a human. As long as he grew up, he would definitely shine in the bewildering world in the future. Jiang Wang didn't know that his performance had already attracted the attention of the experts guarding Dingwei Island. He just cleaned up the battlefield and hurried back. His physical condition was too poor. Wandering around in the wilderness was almost equivalent to courting death. At the very least, there was no chance of killing sea race commanders today. He had already opened his 2 secret treasures today, and used his 2 divine abilities multiple times. His nearly depleted Tao energy was somewhat replenished after absorbing primal stones. However, blowing up most of the soul concealment snakes and seriously injuring his soul wasn't something that could be recovered in a day or two. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that at his current level of combat, he didn't have to rely on the assistance of his divine soul. In other words, as long as his body recovered, he could continue to hunt sea race warriors and complete his mission even if his soul didn't. The 5-colored fish had already spat out all of its venom, which was why that sea race warrior with an innate divine ability had died before he could do anything. It would take at least a month before he could use the 5-colored fish again. Moreover, there was only ordinary water in the dusk cloud canopy. It lacked the help of other fish to create the canopy's environment. It might take a month for the 5-colored fish to recover. Yen Fu had given him a box of 100 talismans before he left. He had used 27 of them to kill Granny Bijou, so there were 73 left. In the battle just now, he had used 14 of them. After a few battles, only half of the box remained. He was practically burning Tao origin stones. In addition, the 7 profound robe had been destroyed, and Su Xiangqian's brocade embroidery had been used up. This meant that there was no room for error in the following battles. A mistake meant death. But Jiang Wang only had one thought. 57 left. Chapter 897. Dingwei Region, Nest Number 3. Nest Number 3 was the leader of the 5 nests in this region. The one who built this nest was the current leader of the sea race in Dingwei Region, the sea race's king White Raja. When he took over Dingwei Region, the ratio of nests to floating islands was 2 to 3. Under his leadership, 2 floating islands were destroyed, and the number of nests increased from 2 to 5. The situation of the war in the various regions of the bewildering world changed constantly like this. The humans and the sea race each had their own heroes and enemies. It had to be said that the floating island overseen by Ding Jingshan was extremely tenacious. When he built the 3rd nest, he had already destroyed 2 floating islands. Just as he was about to turn Dingwei Region into the sea race's sphere of influence, Ding Jingshan arrived. He was like a nail that was ruthlessly hammered into this place and never moved again. Although the other party did not have the strength to counterattack, he was still unable to destroy this last floating island. Over the years, he had built 5 nests instead of 3. His forces continued to expand, but the floating island overseen by Ding Jingshan remained as firm as a rock. At first, He still had the obsession of completely wiping out Dingwei region, but he gradually gave up on this plan. It was not that he was helpless against the divine Advent realm Ding Jingshan, but that he was not willing to pay too great a price to destroy this last floating island. The gains and losses were not proportionate. Moreover, once this floating island was destroyed, the humans would definitely increase their forces in Dingwei region in order to regain their influence. At that time, he might not be as comfortable as he was now. As his forces expanded, he increasingly realized that controlling a complete region in the bewildering world was already the limit of his current cultivation. If he wanted to control a larger battlefield, he would have to become a true monarch. It was better to maintain this situation. With 5 nests suppressing one floating island, the human cultivators would be at a complete disadvantage in this region and would only suffer heavy losses. He wanted to make Dingwei region a place where the sea race could maintain an absolute advantage and continue to inflict the greatest damage to the humans. As time passed, Dingwei region became somewhat famous in the Blue Sea. It was the sea race's duty to fight in the bewildering world, and no one was exempt. Many experts would choose to let their descendants train in Dingwei region, where the sea race had an advantage. This kind of friendship made the White Raja's days more comfortable. In a few more decades, he would have enough resources to become a true monarch. It was said that the bewildering world was more dangerous than the Blue Sea. Only by entering the modern world could one live the life of an immortal. But from White Raja's point of view, the bewildering world was much more comfortable than the Blue Sea. As for the days of immortals, now was the days of immortals. As long as the large-scale war didn't start, his days in the Dingwei region would be extremely comfortable. Every day, he would have a large amount of confused crystals. Ding Jingshan could only hole up in the floating island, fearing that one day he would come out and be surrounded and killed by his subordinate. His children also had enough advantages in the wilderness, and were constantly reaping the lives of human cultivators. There was really nothing much for him to worry about. Therefore, when the accident happened, he was a little stunned. "You're saying that Yuangu is dead?" he asked the young seafolk in front of him. 6 sea race commanders had died in battle, but he only asked Yuangu, a descendant of a true king, and a descendant who had inherited an innate divine ability, had died in the wilderness. And that wasn't an ordinary true king, but a blood king. Although they were all so-called kings, that person didn't even need to use much strength to kill him. The tall and fat White Raja sat on a tusked chair. 3 young seafolk knelt in front of him, 2 males and 1 female. The male seafolk kneeling at the front was called Shuaingrong. He was a tall and thin guy with a sharp face and deep eyes. His Sea Lord true form had the head of an eagle, the tail of a dragon's snake, 6 wings, and 80 legs. He was quite extraordinary. He was also the one who had been scared out of his wits by Jiang Wang in the battle. He was also a descendant of a true king, and his bloodline was quite noble. However, that true king was inferior to the blood king, and he was inferior to Yuangu. In terms of the development of innate divine abilities, they were far inferior. "Yes," Shuaingrong said. The White Raja's palm was very large. He used this large palm to wipe his face, showing that he was in a bad mood. "I'm very curious. In the Dingwei region, we seafolk warriors are rampaging. Your combat team dispatched 9 commander-level warriors. How did you manage to return with only 3 left?" He grinned, revealing snow-white teeth. "Did you go to kill Ding Jingshan?" Shuaingrong lowered his head deeply. Although he was also a descendant of a true king, he was not as valued as Yuangu. If the White Raja really wanted to vent his anger on him, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lowly and incompetent. That was all he could say. The 2 seafolk behind him were comrades who had fled with him. At this moment, their performance was even worse than his. They were sprawled on the ground, trembling all over. They didn't have a true king ancestor. The White Raja took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Tell me what happened. Life and death were common in battles in the bewildering world. Even if the other party was a descendant of the Blood King, dying in battle could only be attributed to his inferior skills. It was no wonder he was targeted. But the problem was that not long ago, he had accepted a gift from the Blood King's subordinate and agreed to watch over Yuangu. Today Yuangu died. What would the Blood King think? Would he think that he didn't take the Blood King seriously, or even was slapping the Blood King's face? With the Blood King's temperament, he didn't even dare to think too deeply. Fear made his anger boil even more. Shuaingrong didn't dare to raise his head. He just knelt there and repeated the entire battle. If his true king ancestor was here, he might have to hide the truth of his escape at the last moment. But facing the White Raja, he didn't dare to tell a single lie. This was because even if he dared to lie, the two behind him definitely didn't have the gut. There was no way to smooth things over. He could only exaggerate the opponent's strength on the basis of the truth to justify his escape. This wasn't called fleeing at the last moment. He had already done his best, but he really wasn't a match. In order to preserve his strength, he had no choice but to escape. Keep the people and lose the land, gain both. Keep the land and lose the people, lose both. The human's words made sense. The White Raja listened quietly. There was no anger in his voice. It was terrifyingly calm. You mean to say that he's only an inner mansion realm cultivator? 9 of UC race's commander-level warriors besieged an inner mansion realm cultivator with the divine ability. In the end, 6 of you were killed and 3 of you escaped? Shuaingrong was terrified and ashamed. He had a stomach full of excuses, but he could only swallow them. It was too difficult to speak, but he was very sure that if he hadn't run, he would have died there too. That human youth was too terrifying. You really surprised me, the White Raja said with a grin. Shuaingrong gritted his teeth and finally said, that guy must be the human race's peerless Tianjiao. He's an existence that can be compared to Lord Jiaoming. It's not that I'm cowardly. My brothers and I have already done our best. The death of those 6 comrades is proof. Lord Jiaoming is a peerless Tianjiao who will definitely become an imperial lord. Do you think that human cultivator can compare to him? Shuaingrong, can you take responsibility for your words? Shuaingrong kowtowed heavily to the ground. I do think that even if he's inferior, he's not too far off. The White Raja spread his fingers and reached for Shuaingrong's head, as if he wanted to remove it. But in the end, he withdrew his hand. Trash. He cursed. Chapter 898. The White Raja was cursing Shuaingrong and Yuangu. What bullsh *T genius, what limitless future. He led 8 commander-level C clan members and was almost wiped out by a human cultivator with a divine power inner mansion realm. How could a terrifying powerhouse like the Blood King have such an incompetent son? If this news were to spread to the Blue Sea, the Blood King would probably want to revive him and crush him with his own hands. It was too embarrassing. But who could guarantee that the Blood King would not take his anger out on him? The White Raja retracted his hand and placed it on his knee. But compared to the Tianjiao of the human race, he sighed softly in the end. Shuaingrong needed a reason to cover up his mistake of fleeing at the last minute. The White Raja also needed a reason to cover up the fact that he did not look after him well. Then, there was a need for such a peerless Tianjiao to appear. Whether it was true or not, it was true. If it was not true, then it would be true. Even if it was too fake in the end, it would not be true. That was Shuaingrong's big words, and had nothing to do with the White Raja. Ding Wei Floating Island. On the peak of the island, Ding Jingshan sat cross-legged and looked into the distance. A figure flew over and knelt in the air, reporting, "I couldn't find Jiang Wang." Seeing that Ding Jingshan was still in a daze, he could not help but remind him, "Sir? Ding Jingshan came back to his senses and could not help but shake his head with a smile. He has already sneaked back to the floating island. He pointed at Jiang Wang's name on the sea and border list in front of him. It was currently green with vitality. He asked with interest, "How is it? Are you surprised? With your ability, you actually didn't discover his trace the entire time." The sea and border list could naturally sense every cultivator who carried a scroll. However, it was limited to the uniqueness of the bewildering world and the sea clan's targeting. It could not be too specific, only a general sense. And the closer one was to the floating island, the clearer it became. If one was on the floating island, they would be considered safe and emit green, representing vitality. If one was in the wilderness, it would be red, representing danger. If one was dead, the light would dim and turn gray. From Ding Jingshan's teasing, it could be seen that he was very close to this subordinate. However, the figure in front of him didn't seem arrogant at all. He just shook his head and said, "The world is so big, there are so many geniuses and treasures. What right does Fu Yanqing have that he dares to say that he will definitely be able to reap some benefits if he makes a move? You're not very lucky." Ding Jingshan looked at him for a while but didn't continue. Instead, he said, "Go and bring Jiang Wang here. I want to have a chat with him." The figure called Fu Yanqing responded and disappeared into the air. Because of Jiang Wang's matter, Ding Jingshan had gone out of his way to communicate with Mog. Only then did he know exactly what had happened on the Horizon stage. Even if he hadn't contacted Mog, Mog would have contacted him. It was mainly because of the establishment of the Sea Suppression Alliance. Compared to this, Jiang Wang's process of cleansing his sins was extremely small. Why did he say that Fu Yanqing was unlucky? This was because Fu Yanqing was a talent that he valued greatly. He had made enough contributions in the bewildering world and was extremely experienced. He had originally planned to have him return to the offshore islands after a while and carry out a few important tasks that would make him famous. On the one hand, he wanted to expand Mog's influence. On the other hand, he wanted to obtain more resources for Fu Yanqing. Finally, with a talent like Fu Yanqing as his subordinate, it was only natural that he would be able to raise his own banner once his own strength increased. But now that the Sea Suppression Alliance had been established, Chen Jitao of Ocean Fishing Tower was currently in the limelight. If he sent Fu Yanqing back now, he would only be suppressed into obscurity no matter what he did. And in the future, with Ocean Fishing Tower rapidly expanding in power, it would be even more difficult for Mog's geniuses to make a name for themselves. The matter on the Horizon stage had come to an end, and the Sea Suppression Alliance had been formally established. Wei Sun naturally assumed the role of leader of the Sea Suppression Alliance. The Sea Suppression Alliance's territory was almost equivalent to the entire offshore island. Mog and Jueming Isles were unable to stop or delay it, so they had no choice but to join. After all, being directly excluded from the circle of the seafolk was an even worse outcome. The Sea Suppression Alliance had established an internal council, which was said to be based on the principles of openness, fairness, and impartiality. The leader was also the convener and arbiter of the council. Because the true lord was busy, Chen Jitao was in charge of all day-to-day matters. This was also the reason why Chen Jitao was said to be in the limelight. Yang Feng and Qi Xiao represented Mog and Jueming Isles respectively in the council. This was a reasonable choice. They were the only ones present when the alliance was established. Moreover, a general like Mog naturally wouldn't submit to Wei Sun. In order to show respect for Jueming Isles and Mog, Yang Feng and Qi Xiao's votes could be used as 3, while the leader's votes could only be used as 5. In other words, the combined votes of Jueming Isles and Mog's representatives exceeded the leaders. This seemed quite fair. However, the entire council had 99 votes. Most of the votes were held by Ocean Fishing Tower. Jueming Isles and Mog had won the same right as the leader of the Sea Suppression Alliance. Originally, only the leader of the Sea Suppression Alliance had the right to veto, but after some discussion between the three, all three had the right to veto. This way, they could postpone any decision they were dissatisfied with until later. This delay could be used for many things, such as obtaining more votes. Although Ocean Fishing Tower had used this opportunity to complete the establishment of the Sea Suppression Alliance, they couldn't completely ignore the will of Jueming Isles and Mog. In fact, ever since Wei Sun had established the alliance at Horizon Terrace, Ocean Fishing Tower, Jueming Isles, and Mog had basically been fighting and compromising amongst themselves. But no matter what, Ocean Fishing Tower had obtained the greatest benefits. Caught off guard, Jueming Isles and Mog could only struggle within the framework set by Ocean Fishing Tower. They naturally lost. Looking back, the council system meant that if Jueming Isles and Mog could obtain more votes in the future, they could become the leader of the Sea Suppression Alliance. Although Ocean Fishing Tower wouldn't let this happen, there was still hope. This was bait that Ocean Fishing Tower had given them. The establishment of the Sea Suppression Alliance was naturally a major event. Fu Yanqing really was unlucky to have a chance to succeed. But what truly stunned Ding Jingshan was the fact that the Oceanid expert Wan Fu had helped the Oceanid race to a higher level, and that the Oceanid Lord's true form had evolved to the Divine Soul level. For an expert like him who had spent many years in bewildering worlds, nothing could affect his thoughts more than the transformation of the Oceanid race. Was there such a terrifying expert, silently watching over the Oceanid race? Jiang Wang was currently meditating. He had been gone for less than half a day, and he had returned to the island. Of course, there was no problem with his mutation, but his body's condition after the battle was not optimistic. His Tao energy slowly flowed through his body, sensing and inspecting his body. His rich combat experience allowed Jiang Wang to come to a conclusion. Pain was a feedback from the body, and understanding pain was a process of avoiding mistake. Jiang Wang, who was in the midst of acknowledging his mistakes, suddenly opened his eyes and placed his hand on his sword. A silhouette slowly rose from his shadow, and a pair of eyes opened at the same time. Chapter 899. It was a pair of sluggish eyes, but as soon as they turned, they became spirited. "I have no ill intentions," the owner of the eyes said. Only now did the silhouette that stood up from the shadow slowly take shape. It was a handsome man of medium build with a slightly cold expression. He had sword-like eyebrows and frosty eyes, and a bearing of his own. Jiang Wang pressed his sword and said, "You came uninvited, perhaps you have a different purpose. Coming in uninvited, how can it be said that you have good intentions?" At this time, he was meditating in an inn not far from the White Stone Plaza. On the floating island, inns and such did not charge a fee. Any cultivator who came back from killing in the wilderness could pay for their own food and clothing. The innkeeper would then report to the power guarding the floating island afterwards. Of course, materials related to transcendence still needed to be taken care of themselves. Jiang Wang had only learned of these trivial details of life on the floating island after returning to the floating island this time. "This one is Fu Yanqing. I have been ordered by the island master to invite you over for a chat," Fu Yanqing said. "Before I appeared, you already sensed me. Isn't that right?" He first explained his intentions, but in the end, he still had a bit of the arrogance of youth. Later, he added a sentence, implying that Jiang Wang could not have discovered him in advance. He deliberately let Jiang Wang discover him, so he came after informing him. Early on in Maplewood City, Jiang Wang had seen Xiong Wen's shadow concealment technique. It was said to be a secret technique of the Blood River sect. From his current perspective, it was naturally very crude. But the person in front of him was different. He came naturally and lightly, without the slightest trace of smoke or fire. Jiang Wang even felt that his own shadow could be separated from him at any time. The person in front of him had this kind of ability. "What business does the island master have with me?" he asked. On Dingwei floating island, the only one who could be called the island master was naturally Ding Jingshan. I also do not know, Fu Yanqing said. But the island master had me go to the wilderness to look for you before, but I did not find you. It should be related to your achievements on the sea border rankings. Many thanks. Jiang Wang let go of the sword hilt and stood up to express his thanks. After cleaning up the battlefield, he held the red makeup mirror in his hand and put on a cloak of concealment. After making sure that it was safe, he stepped on the green clouds and went into hiding as soon as he sensed any movement. Whether it was the movements of the human race or the sea race, he turned a blind eye to them. Thus, he quietly returned to Dingwei Island and was not discovered by Fu Yanqing, who had gone out to look for him. But no matter what, Ding Jingshan had specially sent people to the wilderness to look for him. He had to accept this favor. This was also the reason why Fu Yanqing had brought up this matter. The island master is already waiting at the peak of the tallest mountain in the center of the island. Brother Jiang, you can go there by yourself. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Fu Yanqing bowed in return, then fell back into the shadows. Everyone carried the palanquin. Since the island master valued this young man so highly, Fu Yanqing was not stupid enough to make enemies for no reason. The little bit of unpleasantness from their first meeting was easily resolved. On the other hand, Jiang Wang looked at his motionless shadow and fell silent. There were all sorts of strange things in the boundless universe. There were countless divine abilities and secret art. Moving stealthily was not something inconceivable. But just now, this Fu Yanqing had only used shadow transformation to make him feel pressured. That should have only been shadow transformation, but it definitely possessed great combat strength. The bewildering world was truly worthy of being the battlefield of the human race and the sea race. There were many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The tallest mountain in the center of the island could be seen at a glance, so it was not difficult to find. Jiang Wang pushed open the door and left the inn. He did not fly high, but instead walked along the path, familiarizing himself with the island and thinking about why Ding Jingshan had come looking for him. Speaking of which, before Fu Yanqing appeared, he had thought that he was a follower of the Chumi group and was thinking about whether or not to establish his prestige and avoid trouble. He did not expect that he would attract Ding Jingshan's attention in the few hours he had spent on the island. As he walked, he looked and thought and finally arrived at his target. Then, he stepped on the clouds and ascended. He finally saw the core figure of Dingwei Island. The ascendant god expert sitting on the mountain peak looked to be in his 40s. His nose was somewhat flat and his face was too wide. He was not very good-looking. However, he was not as ugly as Lien Quebec. Moreover, the expert sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak had an aura of his own. Beauty and ugliness did not matter. Seeing Jiang Wang step on the clouds and reach the mountain peak in a few steps, Ding Jingshan could not help but praise, "Good movement technique. Greetings, Island Lord Ding." The mountain peak was very small, so Jiang Wang did not dare to squeeze in. He hovered in the air and said with a proper attitude, "You praise me too much." Ding Jingshan looked at him and asked, "What were you doing when Fu Yanqing found you?" "I was facing my mistakes," Jiang Wang replied. "In what way?" Ding Jingshan asked. "In battle." Ding Jingshan smiled. He naturally understood the meaning behind Jiang Wang's words. However, he had thought that this kid was talking about the mistakes on the World's Edge stage. This answer satisfied him. After learning about the details of the World's Edge stage, he was already very satisfied with Jiang Wang, and now he was even more satisfied. Sit in front of me," he said. Jiang Wang didn't hesitate. He landed on the peak of the mountain and sat cross-legged in front of him, mimicking him. "Sit here and look. Look at this." Ding Jingshan waved his hand and circled half a circle. "What do you see?" There was no sun, moon, or clouds in the sky. There was only a vast expanse of white. There were people, houses, water, and roads at the foot of the mountain. Further down, under the floating island, there was also a vast expanse of white. A bewildering world, Jiang Wang said. Ding Jingshan patted the ground lightly. Do you know the name of this mountain? I don't know, Jiang Wang said honestly. Ding Jingshan sighed. This mountain has no name. It doesn't need a name. After sighing, he asked again, Do you know why? I don't know. Because it will disappear at any time. It will not collapse, it will disappear. Therefore, there is no point in naming it. Not only this mountain, but this island and everyone on the island. Ding Jingshan said, Yes, what you see is a bewildering world. Jiang Wang fell silent. Even a divine ascension expert like Ding Jingshan couldn't guarantee his own safety. Countless cultivators had worked so hard to build this floating island, but it might not be able to survive for long. He didn't know what to say in the face of such a cruel reality. Ding Jingshan chuckled. You did very well on the sea border rankings. I sent Fu Yanqing to find you. If he found you and brought you back, I would be very happy. If he didn't find you and you came back on your own, I would be even happier. He said, Geniuses who are skilled at preserving their own lives are more precious than geniuses who are skilled at killing. Only by living can you have a future. Only by living can you inflict more damage on the Oceanid. I'm ashamed, Jiang Wang said. I'm just trying to protect myself. Do you know why I want to see you? Ding Jingshan asked. I really don't know, Jiang Wang said. Of course, he had many guesses, such as whether Ocean Fishing Tower was pressuring him, or whether Mog was trying to curry favor with Qi. Ding Jingshan glanced at him and said, I just want to see you. There was no suppression and there was no bribery. There are no other factors. I just want to see a young genius like you who can kill 6 Oceanid commanders with just a cultivation at the Inner Palace realm. I want to see what this mountain I'm sitting on right now will look like in the future. I hope I can see it. His expression was very casual, and his voice was even a little unpleasant to the ear. It was like something was squeezing his throat as he spoke. However, Jiang Wang could sense the sincerity in his words. In a bewildering world, we're all comrades. Ding Jingshan said seriously, This is the only thing I want to tell you. Chapter 900. If Chumi said the same thing, it might just be a joke, because he only used that sentence to deceive people. But if Ding Jingshan said it, the meaning was completely different, because he had really fought for this sentence for many years, and also stuck to it for many years. Jiang Wang hesitated for a moment and explained, Island Master, between me and Granny Bijou of the Fishing Sea Tower. Ding Jingshan raised his hand to interrupt him. I don't care how Elder Bijou died, nor do I care about what grudges you have. I'm not telling you this to criticize you or ask you to do it. You are a genius. There is no doubt about it, Jiang Wang. Ding Jingshan said, I just hope you can hear it and remember it in your heart. One day in the future, you can also tell this sentence to others. This was a pure conversation between a veteran and a new recruit. It was the expectation of a warrior who had fought in the bewildering world all year round for a successor. It was not mixed with anything else. Jiang Wang was silent for a moment and said, I think this mountain will have a name in the future. When the war between the human race and the sea race ended, the bewildering world became a place where some humans lived. Naturally, this place would have a name. People were good at giving their homes names of all kinds of meanings. Ding Jingshan smiled. Go back. I have nothing else to do. Jiang Wang solemnly lowered his head and bowed. He realized that the person sitting in front of him at this moment was a true hero, a pure guardian of the sea border. Perhaps this person was not very famous in the modern world, and not many people even knew him. But that did not detract from his greatness. This meeting with Ding Jingshan seemed to have not gained anything, but also seemed to have gained a lot. The world was too vast. The more he saw, the more insignificant he felt. After going down the mountain for a while, a voice chased after him from the side. Sir, please wait a moment." There was no one else around. Jiang Wang turned his head and saw Chumi hurrying over. At first, he was wondering if Fu Yanqing was in cahoots with Chumi. Although he guessed wrong at that time, this guy did not give up. What a persistent liar. Jiang Wang flicked his sleeves and looked at him calmly. He wanted to see what other tricks he had up his sleeve. Chumi walked up to him and bowed deeply without saying a word. His head was so low that it almost touched the ground. "Sir, I was blind a few days ago. Please accept my apology." Jiang Wang was stunned. "What are you trying to do?" "To tell you the truth." Chumi straightened his body. His expression had already turned sorrowful. Tears flowed down his cheeks as he said, "I've been waiting in this bewildering world for too long. When I found out about your identity that day, I was so excited that I ran home and cried. By the time she's done crying, you'll have already left for the wilderness. You don't know what kind of life I've been living here." I'm not an honest man," Jiang Wang quickly interrupted. "I'm the kind of blue metal that only arrests and murders people. I don't handle cases. If you have any grievances, it's useless to look for me." "Don't be so modest." Chumi wiped his tears. "You're so handsome and talented. You've become a fourth-rank blue metal at such a young age. You're personally taught by the arresting god, and you were received by Island Master Ding as soon as you arrived at the floating island. If you're not an honest man, who else can be?" None of what Chumi had said could be connected to the Grand Master. Jiang Wang was stunned for a while before he realized what Chumi was trying to say. Chumi was saying that he came from a good family and had a strong background. He couldn't help but shake his head in self-mockery. Since when could he be mistaken for a rich second generation? "What do you want? Just say it. Don't wipe your tears in front of me. It's quite scary." Chumi decisively stopped crying. "It's like this, sir. I want to ask for your help to clear my name. I've been wrongly accused. I still have 3 years left in my sentence in this bewildering world. I really can't stay here any longer." As he spoke, he passed over a storage box under the cover of his sleeve. At this point, Jiang Wang finally understood. This kid mistakenly thought that he was a rich second generation with a strong background and came to the bewildering world to gild his image. He wanted to bribe him to clear his name and leave the bewildering world as soon as possible. He had only met Jiang Wang once. No matter what status Jiang Wang had, he seemed to be able to think of a way to make use of him. What a flexible way of thinking. He could be considered a talent. Jiang Wang took a step back and turned to leave. "I don't think I can clear your name." This person called Chumi, regardless of why he was punished to the bewildering world. Just based on his skillful bribery techniques, he couldn't clear his name. "Sir." Chumi hurriedly chased after him. "I know you're used to riches and honor, so you might not be interested in these things. However, I have good stuff. I really do have good stuff." Jiang Wang wasn't even interested in hearing what he had good stuff. He only turned around and looked at him with a smile. "I have important matters to attend to in the bewildering world. My time is very precious, so don't bother me anymore." Chumi was originally talking non-stop, but Jiang Wang's gaze swept over him, and he instantly shut his mouth. That gaze didn't seem to be fierce, but it made his heart go cold. No matter what was said, he was still an outer building realm cultivator. Logically speaking, his level shouldn't be lower than Jiang Wang's. However, in front of the gap between their identities that he had imagined, he was extremely timid. I understand." Jiang Wang directly turned around and left. He really didn't want to pay any more attention to Chumi. But just as he turned around and took 2 steps, the ground suddenly shook violently. He immediately held his sword and turned around. However, he discovered that Chumi had also subconsciously assumed a defensive posture. In that instant just now, they both thought the other side had suddenly attacked. However, they immediately reacted. It wasn't the other side who had attacked. Rather, the entire floating island was violently shaking. What happened? They both saw the bewilderment in each other's eyes. The answer quickly appeared. This was because a vigorous voice had already suppressed them from all directions. Ding Jingshan! Come out and accept your death. This voice was like a mountain falling from the sky. It was so oppressive that people's ears felt as if they were about to shatter. After this voice, there was a series of sharp whistles. The two flew high into the sky and looked out. They saw that in all directions, there were constantly panicking human cultivators, madly rushing in the direction of the floating island at an almost desperate speed. Those were all transcendent cultivators who were out hunting and training in the wilderness, and there were people fleeing in all directions. This in itself meant that there were powerful enemies approaching from all directions. In other words, the entire floating island was already surrounded. The great battle of Dingwei district had arrived so suddenly. Several orders were sent one after another throughout the island. Enemy attack! Activate the array. Everyone listen to the order and assemble in battle order. The entire Dingwei floating island was instantly mobilized. The densely packed cultivators rose into the air and waited for orders. A colorless spherical light shield rose and enveloped the entire Dingwei floating island. And Ding Jingshan's voice also rolled out, White Raja. It seems that you have already set the date of your death. The attacker. The Sea Race's White Raja. Chapter 901. After entering the bewildering world, everyone had a team they belonged to. Normally, they could train alone or form a team to sweep through. But more importantly, it was convenient to assemble an army at any time. The so-called battle sequence was based on this. Of course, not all cultivators in the bewildering world would participate in the military formation. For example, the main body of the army on Dingwei Island was mainly Mog cultivators. During the battle, they would add other cultivators as reinforcements while maintaining the military formation. At the time of the incident, Jiang Wang and Chu Mi were at the foot of the peak in the center of the island. Hearing the commotion, like many other cultivators, they directly flew towards the white stone plaza. From afar, they could see that between the two tall pillars was the gate to the floating island. The time pattern rippled lightly, allowing the cultivators to pass through. If it was the sea race, they would be attacked by the formation. The cultivators who fled back looked panicked, and many of them were injured. But none of them were seriously injured. It was impossible for those who were seriously injured to escape in such a situation. Every cultivator who entered the island had to stand quietly in the white stone plaza for a while before joining the defensive formation. Jiang Wang observed for a while before understanding that this was to confirm that the cultivators who fled back to the island were real human cultivators and were not controlled by external forces. The two tall pillars were the first test. Apart from letting people meditate and recuperate, the white stone plaza was also used as a second test. From this point of view, it could not be said that Dingwei Island's security was not tight enough. They're attacking! The sea race has come out in full force. I think they want to completely wipe us out this time and monopolize Dingwei region. Wishful thinking. Compared to these slightly panicked noises, the content of Ding Jingshan's shout shocked Jiang Wang even more. The White Raja was the leader of the sea race in Dingwei region. His appearance meant that the intensity of this battle had reached the highest level in Dingwei region. Was his luck a little too good? He had just arrived in Dingwei region and already encountered a battle of this level? But on second thought, in such a big battle, there was no need to specifically look for the commander-level sea race. Perhaps the mission of cleansing his sins could be completed much more easily. Of course, the premise was that he could preserve his own life in such a battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Wang was not worried about whether Dingwei floating island would be breached. He didn't know much about the Dingwei region. In his opinion, there must be a reason why Dingwei floating island was able to fight 1 against 5 in this area for so long. Ding Jingshan was also a rather reliable expert. He had held on for so long in the past, so it shouldn't be such a coincidence that he couldn't hold on today. A moment after Ding Jingshan's voice fell, a tall figure appeared outside the floating island. Who else but the White Raja would dare to block the entrance of the floating island? The leader of the Sea clan in the Dingwei region looked tall and fat, and his face could even be considered kind. However, there was a white round bone armor on each side of his face, which was the characteristic of the Sea race. He didn't care about the human cultivators who were still fleeing towards the floating island. He just looked at Ding Jingshan, who was at the highest point of Dingwei's floating island, and grinned. Ding Jingshan, if you are so confident, why don't you come out and take my head? Won't it be great if you can obtain merits and glory? This Sea race duke had arrived 1 step ahead of the main army. He stood alone against the entire Dingwei floating island, showing off his great confidence. It was as if he wasn't worried at all that the human cultivators on Dingwei floating island could kill him before the army arrived. Ding Jingshan laughed and said, "How hard is it to kill you? But fighting in battle is just the bravery of an ordinary man. How can a famous general do that? And I'm sitting on the floating island, waiting for the enemy to arrive. You want me to give up the geographical advantage, and make do with you. What's the reason? Do you think I'm as brainless as you Sea race? Could they kill the White Raja by gathering the power of the powerful cultivators on the floating island? If there was enough time, of course they could. But Ding Jingshan couldn't make this attempt. He couldn't guarantee that the White Raja had really arrived alone without any backup. Once he attacked, he would be ambushed. Dingwei floating island might very well be destroyed today. In the Dingwei region, the human race was at an absolute disadvantage. He didn't have the right to take the risk. You haven't improved after so long, you still only know how to talk nonsense. The White Raja snorted coldly. A general is the courage of 100 soldiers. If you don't have the guts, just open the island and surrender. That way, you won't have to bear a debt of blood. They had yet to make a move, but his voice was already fighting with Ding Jingshan's voice. Jiang Wang, who had grasped the 8 sounds of burning the sea, could sense that the voices of the 2 powerhouses were like armies facing each other, attacking each other. This was a level he was still far from being able to interfere with. However, he looked at the White Raja, who was facing the floating island alone, without any fear in his heart. He had already seen many powerhouses, so he wouldn't be afraid of a Sea race fake king. Moreover, soldier against soldier, general against general. His opponent was not this one. His gaze swept past the White Raja and looked at the layers of black shadows that were slowly approaching from afar. Actually, it wasn't slow. It was just that the vision in the bewildering world was too good and he could see too far, so it seemed slow. The Sea race army was divided into 5 groups, presumably representing the 5 nests in the Dingwei region. They were divided into 5 directions, approaching at almost the same speed. At this moment, Ding Jingshan's voice replied, "White Raja, think carefully. Rashly attacking my floating island. Has the Sea race prepared for an all-out war?" The humans and Sea race had been on expeditions for years, but most of the time, they were controlled within a relatively low-intensity range. This was because neither the Sea race nor the humans of the eastern region could withstand the losses of an all-out war. The history of fighting each other with all their might was a painful memory for both sides. This war that had lasted for several eras had yet to decide the final victor. In the various regions of the bewildering world, it was normal for humans and Sea race to hunt each other in the wild. The occasional destruction of a few floating islands or nests was a small-scale war. Ding Jingshan asked this question at this time, naturally because of the evolution of the Sea Lord's true form. The White Raja had been restraining himself for many years and had not swallowed the last floating island in the Dingwei region. Now, he suddenly led an army here. Was this a rehearsal for an all-out war? The Sea race thought that they had accumulated enough and were confident in winning an all-out war? Killing you, Ding Jingshan, and destroying a floating island will lead to an all-out war? You think too highly of yourself. Who will start a war for you? Chi? Do you think you can start an all-out war with just Tonggu? The White Raja sneered. Since you and I have known each other for many years, you have a choice before my army arrives. Jiang Wang thought to himself, it seems that the Sea race also knows the situation of the human forces very well. At the very least, they know the division of forces in the offshore island. The White Raja continued, hand this person over, and I can retreat. He waved his hand, and a huge image appeared in the air. Who was so important that the White Raja would not hesitate to start a war to get him? Jiang Wang was thinking when he looked up and was stunned. Beside him, Chumi also suddenly turned his head and stared at him with wide eyes, his face full of shock. The huge image that appeared in the air was of a delicate and handsome youth. He was in the posture of drawing his sword and slashing. His brows were firm, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. His entire body was like a taut bough, and his long sword was like autumn water. Although the entire image did not have a real body, one could already feel the murderous aura that was about to burst out. It was Jiang Wang himself. It was the memory of the few Sea race members that he had scared away. For a moment it was as if an old monk had jumped out of his heart, cursing loudly. He cursed a lot of things like tortoises and bastards. Is there a need to? I'm just a small cultivator at the inner mansion realm. First, I was besieged by 9 commander-level Sea race members. When the siege failed, you, a noble Sea race lord, still brought an army to suppress me. The first day of 2021. I still love this story. I have to work hard this year. Chapter 902. Jiang Wang would never have thought that the White Raja had come for him, because they were not on the same level at all. After the initial shock, he immediately realized that he had reached the most critical moment. The safety of a floating island versus the safety of a mere inner mansion cultivator. Which was more important? This was probably something that he did not even need to think about. Jiang Wang glanced coldly at Chumi beside him, took out a mask, put it on, and slowly retreated. There were definitely not many people on the floating island who were familiar with him, but Chumi was one of them. Chumi swallowed and did not move. He could feel that this young man's body was already tense. The moment he made a move to call for help, the long sword at his waist would stab at him. He did not dare to move. How could he escape from such a dangerous situation? Jiang Wang had not thought it through, but it was always right to hide first. He had the invisibility cloak on him. Other than Ding Jingshan, it should not be easy for others to find him. No matter who wanted him dead, he would not allow himself to be captured without a fight. At this moment, Ding Jingshan's voice rang out. What a joke! Who are you showing off your talisman to? He flew from the mountain peak to the center of the 2 pillars. Separated by the light screen protecting the floating island, he faced the White Raja in close proximity. No matter how many troops you brought, if you want to kill people, use your sword and saber to kill. My Black Valley has no tradition of sending our own people out. Have you thought it through? The White Raja looked at him coldly. The armies of my 5 floating islands have all gathered. You, Ding Jingshan, are not afraid of death, but are the people on this floating island not afraid of death? You want to drag the entire island down with you for one person? How much is this person worth? How much is this floating island worth? Even if this person is your illegitimate son, Ding Jingshan, you shouldn't do this. This was a heart-wrenching argument. using the life and death of the entire floating island to kidnap Ding Jingshan. We came to the bewildering world to fight for the human race. Ding Jingshan said loudly, no matter who this person is, whether he has value or not, or how much value he has. If I send him out today because of one sentence from you, then what's the point of me, Ding Jingshan, fighting in the bewildering world for 70 years? Don't say anything else. If you want war, we'll give you war. Let's see if there are any human cultivators who are afraid of battle. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire floating island shouted in unison. Fight! 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 His voice filled the sky. Jiang Wang, who had slowly retreated, was a little stunned. This was his first time in the bewildering world, his first time on the floating island. In order to cleanse his sins, he had hunted the marine race alone. He had never cooperated with anyone before and had never truly understood the floating island. He had never truly understood the people here. As soon as the White Raja raised his condition, he felt that he would be sacrificed. It wasn't that he didn't trust others, but that he wasn't familiar with anyone on this floating island. He had only met Ding Jingshan today and exchanged a few words with him. Along the way, he had seen too much filth and despicable. But just as he had told Qing Hua Qiming back on the Void Continent, there was a lot of darkness in this world. But beyond the darkness, there was always light. Ding Jingshan had said to him, when we enter the bewildering world, we are all fellow soldiers. It wasn't just a casual remark. Facing the united will of the humans on the floating island, the White Raja's expression was still cold. When the army arrives, the war will begin. You still have some time to consider. There's no need to consider. Ding Jingshan smiled disdainfully. However, since the army hasn't arrived yet, why don't you tell me? Why don't you tell me, what did this person do that made you mobilize an army to deal with him? The White Raja suddenly shook his head. Ding Jingshan, you know that I don't want to kill you. If I kill you now, it'll just make the humans send someone else to build the island. When that time comes, more of our fellow soldiers will die in that war. Why bother? But the son of the Blood King was killed. I can't not come for an explanation. So the son of the Blood King was killed. Then you do deserve an explanation. But, Ding Jingshan looked at him. All these years, so many cultivators of the human race have died in battle. Who will give them an explanation? I'm not here to argue with you. In short, hand over the person, and the floating island can survive. If you don't, the island will be destroyed and everyone will die today. The White Raja waved his hand majestically. I've given you a chance, Ding Jingshan. Think about it yourself. Yuan Gu was dead, and he had offended the Blood King. However, this matter was not without room for negotiation. Because the person who killed Yuan Gu was Tianjiao, a human with a prideful life. He had defeated 9 commander-level sea race commanders with his innate divinity cultivation. Thinking about it, in the entire Black Reef waters, only Tianjiao could do such a thing when he was at the champion level. If he could kill Tianjiao, who was comparable to Tianjiao, here in advance, how great of a contribution would that be? It was equivalent to killing a perfected lord of the human race in advance. It was not shameful for his descendant to die at the hands of Tianjiao, and the Blood King had nothing to complain about. And he, the White Raja, had such a great contribution. Even the Blood King should pay attention to his reputation and not do anything to him. As for whether that person could really be compared to Tianjiao, Shuaingrong was also a descendant of a perfected lord, and his words carried some weight. As for him, the White Raja, how many people could tell that he was holding back when he killed someone? To be able to exchange a few blows with him at the innate divinity realm, even if he was not Tianjiao, he was Tianjiao. As the White Raja's voice fell, from afar, the sea race army was approaching from 5 different directions. The huge sea beasts controlled by the sea race were like moving walls. They were already very clear in their field of vision. Black clouds pressed down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Ding Jingshan was silent for a while before suddenly saying, "Where's Jiang Wang?" "Here." Jiang Wang took off his mask and jumped out with his sword under all kinds of complicated gazes. "Do you think I'll hand you over?" Ding Jingshan asked. "I'm not willing," Jiang Wang said. He did not answer directly. He did not speculate on Ding Jingshan's attitude. He did not place his hopes on others. He only expressed his own thoughts. Even at this moment, he pressed his hand on his longsword, his Tao essence surging and his technique accumulating, ready to break out at any time, regardless of the possibility of success. He would never give up. It was not as if he had never experienced more dangerous moments. Ding Jingshan's face did not show any sorrow or joy. He only asked, "Sacrificing you alone can save the entire island. It's the time for a good man to sacrifice his life. Why are you unwilling?" Jiang Wang said, "If we have to sacrifice the brave warriors of the sea race to fight, this floating island will be preserved. Then I don't know what's the point of this floating island. A floating island that only knows how to sacrifice its own people is a pigsty for the sea race, not a military camp for the human race. It's better to destroy it." "You killed the son of the Blood King?" Ding Jingshan asked again. "I don't know what Son of the Blood King is. However, I did fight 9 commander-level sea race commanders. I killed 6 and 3 ran away. Among them, there was a mid-level commander-level one. He should be the so-called Son of the Blood King? Judging from the son's perspective, the Blood King is nothing more than that." "Arrogant!" Ding Jingshan reprimanded. "Do you know that this majestic white Raja is not even worthy of carrying the Blood King's shoes? Killing in the bewildering world is a common occurrence. Look at him running over to give an explanation. How pitiful! You even look down on the Blood King. Aren't you slapping our white Raja's face? I wouldn't dare." Jiang Wang glanced at the white Raja outside the floating island, whose face was as calm as water, and said, "We'll talk about this after I descend." In other words, he would definitely become a god. After he descended, he would definitely be able to slap the white Raja's face. Chapter 903. So damn arrogant. Chumi blinked, not knowing how to express his feelings. He had originally thought that this was a fat sheep who had fallen behind and didn't know how to hide his wealth. Later, he felt that this was a rich and powerful child with an unfathomable background. After hearing that Jiang Wang had fought 9 people alone, he even suspected that this person was a hidden bloodline of the Qi royal family. It was said that in order to ensure the continuity of their bloodline, the royal family would have children of the royal family hide their names in every generation. This was called the hidden bloodline. Of course, there was no basis for this, but similar rumors had never stopped. At least in Chumi's opinion, this was indeed the case. How many cultivators dared to be sure that they would definitely become a godsend? And how many people dared to look down on the White Raja and even the Blood King? How could this be the Tianjiao with an ordinary background? Facing the arrogance of a low-level human cultivator, the White Raja didn't fly into a rage. He only looked deeply at Jiang Wang through the light screen protecting the island. "I hope you can live until then." He didn't deny Jiang Wang's arrogant words about how he would become a godsend in the future. He even hoped that Jiang Wang would be even more arrogant. This way, Jiang Wang's Tianjiao status would be confirmed. It would be convenient for him to exaggerate his achievements. Ding Jingshan only said, "We human cultivators have an indomitable spirit. Whatever we do, we have to bear the consequences. Jiang Wang, you actually dared to kill the son of the Blood King and attract the Sea Race army." He suddenly changed the topic. "How bold!" Reward. With a flick of his finger, a wine cup spun out and hovered in front of Jiang Wang. "This cup of soul jade liquid that's rarely seen in 100 years is rewarded to you. It's a great reward. Soul jade liquid. This was a treasure that nurtured the soul and was beneficial to all godsend cultivators. Chu Mi's eyes lit up. Jiang Wang reached out and caught the wine cup. Just by smelling the wine fragrance, he felt that his seriously injured soul seemed to have been soothed. He heard Ding Jingshan's voice transmission in his ear. 10 taels of confusion crystal or the equivalent in primordial stones. After that, ask your elders to send it to Black Valley. If it's 1 tael less, you'll suffer. So expensive. Jiang Wang's heart trembled, but his hands didn't tremble. It's too expensive, I don't dare to shake it off, or gritting his teeth. He raised his cup and drained it in a single gulp. In any case, he didn't owe just 1 or 2 families. There was no need to worry when there were more lice. Ding Jingshan clearly wanted to take advantage of this matter to show his firm attitude and increase the cohesion of the cultivators on Ding Wei Floating Island. However, this soul jade liquid wasn't really a reward, but a gift. From Ding Jingshan's point of view, Jiang Wang was definitely someone who didn't lack money. His storage box might even be fuller than his. He was used to being meticulous and calculating in the bewildering world, so he was not willing to be a spendthrift. Even so, Jiang Wang had to accept this favor. It was precisely because Ding Jingshan had sensed that his soul was injured that he had given him this cup of soul jade liquid. Although he felt that it would be difficult to pay off the heavy debt, he had to restore himself to peak condition at the critical juncture of the war. Therefore, he drank to his heart's content. It was as if there was an invisible hand. Although he didn't want to compare it that way, but it really was like a mother gently stroking his forehead. When he was dizzy from the fever, it set the world's most gentle and most firm beacon for him. Jiang Wang already couldn't remember what his mother looked like. When he was very young, his mother had unfortunately passed away. In his memory, there seemed to only be the figure of his father. But that warm feeling had always been there. He couldn't remember when it happened, but he remembered it existed. His soul was nourished and quickly recovered. The soul-hidden snakes slithered out one by one, gradually recovering to 3,000. And there were also some more profound changes happening. Jiang Wang's eyes also became radiant and retracted in a flash. "Return the warm jade cup to me," Ding Jingshan transmitted again. Jiang Wang was speechless. "I spent 10 taels of confusion crystal, 1,000 primeval stones, and he didn't even give me a cup?" This surnamed Ding was too stingy. Obviously, he who was busy complaining did not realize that he had only spent on credit, but he had already treated himself as a big customer. He casually pushed the warm jade cup back and said, "Thank you for the reward, General." Ding Jingshan looked at him deeply and said, "Go and recuperate. When it's your turn to fight, someone will call you." Jiang Wang wanted to say that he had already recovered and could fight at any time. There was no need to recuperate. But Ding Jingshan's gaze made him remain silent. So he cupped his hands and bowed. "I'll be on standby." He turned and retreated. Behind him was Ding Jingshan, who was confronting the White Raja, and the cultivators of the floating island who were busy and constantly casting defensive Dao technique. There were neat rows of human cultivators who were united. Jiang Wang went against the flow of people and walked alone in the direction of the inn. Most of the cultivators on the floating island looked at him with respect, because of the impressive battle results he had created, because of his confidence in facing the White Raja. Cultivators who fought with the Sea Clan all day long knew the strength of the Sea Clan, and also knew how powerful Jiang Wang was. At least at this moment, not many people wanted to hand him over. Bravery was a good quality that could be passed on. Ding Jingshan undoubtedly took the lead in passing on this quality. Avoiding the chaotic environment outside, he had just stepped into his room. A human figure separated from his shadow. It was Fu Yanqing, whom he had met once before. Jiang Wang was not surprised and asked directly, "What does Island Lord Ding want me to do?" Fu Yanqing looked at him in surprise and deliberated for a moment before going straight to the point. If the White Raja uses all his strength this time, Dingwei Floating Island is very likely to fall. You have two choices now. First, participate in the battle. This war started because of you. Dingwei Floating Island needs to fight this life and death battle to protect you. All the cultivators on Dingwei Floating Island are fighting for the human race, but you are the cause of this war after all. So you have to stand at the front line. When the floating island is breached, you have to be the first to die. Jiang Wang nodded. That's right. I'm willing to fight at the front line. Aren't you going to ask about the second choice? Fu Yanqing asked. Please speak. Break out of the encirclement. Fu Yanqing said. The White Raja doesn't really want to take down Dingwei Island. We've been managing this island for many years. At the very least, we'll be able to break a few of his teeth and inflict heavy casualties on his troop. Maintaining the current situation is the best for him. But because of the Blood King's son, he has to capture you to give an explanation. And for us, using a small portion of our strength to maintain influence in Dingwei is also the most cost-effective choice. We also don't want to start a life and death battle. So if you're no longer on the floating island, there will still be room for negotiation. There's still room for negotiation in this war. The White Raja won't go all out. As Fu Yanqing spoke, he paid attention to Jiang Wang's expression, but he did not see a trace of resentment on the youth's face. Jiang Wang naturally did not think that Ding Jingshan wanted to hand him over. If he wanted to do so, he would have done so long ago. There was no need to beat around the bush. So he only asked, How can I break out of the encirclement? He did have a treasure like Stealth Cloak, but Stealth Cloak could not be hidden from the White Raja, who was at the king level. Moreover, with the Sea Race army surrounding him, space was bound to be locked down. It was hard to say if there was a gap to escape. The Island Master will create an opportunity for you, Fu Yanqing said. I will also help you. At this point, he suddenly turned around. Who is it? Chapter 904. Jiang Wang was shocked. Someone had been hiding nearby and he hadn't noticed? At least in terms of concealment, Fu Yanqing's ability was far superior. As Fu Yanqing shouted, Jiang Wang sensed a faint ripple. Meanwhile, Fu Yanqing had already clenched his fist, and a figure was immediately unconcealed and appeared in front of them in a sorry state. Chew me! Jiang Wang's eyes turned cold. Don't misunderstand. Chumi was flustered and waved his hands. I didn't want to tie you up and hand you over, I don't have the strength. Jiang Wang's battle record of 1 against 9 was something he didn't dare to do. Stop talking nonsense, Fu Yanqing said directly. What do you want to do by sneaking around? Master Qing, if I knew you were here, I wouldn't have dared to follow you. Chumi was clearly more afraid of Fu Yanqing, who had been on Dingwei Island for a long time. He hurriedly said, I saw that Prince Jiang had an extraordinary background. Just now, Island Master Ding gave him medicine and told him to recuperate. I have some understanding of the soul jade fluid. It can be used immediately and doesn't need to be recuperated. So I thought. What did you think? Fu Yanqing was expressionless. Only then did Jiang Wang notice that behind Chumi, there were 2 indiscernible black lines that were twisting. They were probably the shadows controlled by Fu Yanqing. They were the ones that had forced Chumi out and caused him to be uneasy. Fu Yanqing was young but was called Master Qing. He clearly had great prestige on Dingwei Island. Chumi didn't dare to hide anything in front of Fu Yanqing. He gritted his teeth and said, I think that Prince Jiang has a way to escape. I want to escape with him. He had always thought that Jiang Wang had an extraordinary background and that Ding Jingshan would do everything he could to send Jiang Wang away first. That was why he followed them quietly. From this point of view, he could be considered a smart person. But in the atmosphere of Dingwei Floating Island, where everyone's will was as strong as an impregnable stronghold, With a stubborn idiot like Ding Jingshan leading by example, his intelligence was undoubtedly very inappropriate. Therefore, Fu Yanqing's gaze was cold. Deserters will be punished by military law. You were supposed to finish your sentence in 3 years, but now it seems that you don't have to wait for 3 years. No, Master Qing, Master Qing. Chumi panicked. But I haven't escaped yet, have I? Failed. He shook his head desperately. You can't do this, you can't do this. Fu Yanqing was so angry that he laughed. If you've already had your way, then I'm not going to give you any trouble. How am I supposed to catch you in this situation? Beads of sweat appeared on Chumi's forehead as he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. I can atone for my sins. Didn't you say a moment ago that Prince Jiang wanted to break out of the siege and leave the island to avoid today's military disaster? I can help. You know how insignificant my abilities are. I still have some use. Fu Yanqing did not say anything for a while, as if he was thinking. Jiang Wang looked at him suspiciously. He immediately said, Prince Jiang, I'm the person with the best movement and concealment skills in Liang Shanglo. Sure enough, he was from Liang Shanglo. But he only admitted it in front of Jiang Wang at this moment, which inevitably damaged his credibility. And Jiang Wang's suspicions had nothing to do with his abilities. I don't dare to ask for your help, Jiang Wang said bluntly. Thump. To Jiang Wang's surprise, Chumi actually knelt on the ground and begged, Please believe me. He seemed to have no self-respect as an outer building cultivator, and knelt in front of Jiang Wang just like that. But this kind of spineless performance made Jiang Wang even more incredulous. Fu Yanqing made him realize the difficult situation of Dingwei Island. It was almost impossible to defend against the full attack of the sea race. At most, the sea race would pay a huge price. So in this situation, whether it was for himself or the entire Dingwei Island, breaking out was the better choice. But in this kind of situation where the sea race army was besieging, choosing to break out of the island, even with Ding Jingshan and Fu Yanqing's help, was absolutely a risk of death. Because of this, Ding Jingshan let Jiang Wang choose for himself. In this life and death adventure, how could Jiang Wang let someone he couldn't trust join? If you don't agree, Master Qing will definitely kill me. Chumi reached out as if to grab Jiang Wang's clothes, but he didn't dare. He could only look at him with panicked, pleading eyes. Please give me a chance, I beg you. He had a strong desire to survive. He didn't know where it came from, but this desire overflowed in all his body language. Chumi can be trusted. Fu Yanqing spoke at this time. At least when facing the sea race, Chumi can be trusted. He looked at Jiang Wang. It's indeed difficult to break out of the island, but what's more difficult is how to shake off the pursuit after breaking out. In this matter, Chumi can help you. Jiang Wang was silent for a moment, then nodded. I believe in Island Master Ding. Ding Jingshan's attitude toward the White Raja already explained everything. He believed in Ding Jingshan, so he believed in Fu Yanqing, who was sent by Ding Jingshan, so he believed in Fu Yanqing's judgment. Although this was what he said, it was hard to say whether his heart wavered because of Chumi's desire to live, or because of Fu Yanqing's judgment, or maybe it was both. Even if Chumi didn't come from a good background and had a bad reputation, he was still an outer sect cultivator and a warrior who had fought against the sea race in the bewildering world. His eagerness to survive was moving. Before the battle, the floating island would definitely not be tolerant of people who were afraid of fighting. Otherwise, it wouldn't be strict enough. Accompanying Jiang Wang in breaking out of the encirclement was an extremely dangerous choice, but it was also an opportunity he had won for himself. Your choice can't be wrong, Fu Yanqing said. He didn't know which choice he was referring to. Should he agree to let Chumi join, or should he choose to break out of the encirclement? Jiang Wang only said, I hope so. In a bewildering world where the human race was weak, There were many things he couldn't decide. To kill the sea race to wash away his sins, he had to face such danger. It was really hard to justify. But Jiang Wang didn't blame the heavens at all. In this Dingwei area, he had worked hard to achieve the best results, and Ding Jingshan had indeed given him the greatest support he could. Then let's try. Let's try again. Get familiar with each other. It'll be easier for you to act later, Fu Yanqing said as he slowly sank into the shadow. The black threads binding Chu Mi's back had already disappeared without a trace. Chu Mi's body, which had been tense all this time, suddenly collapsed. He said weakly to Jiang Wang, "Thank you." Jiang Wang only said, "Don't thank me. Bring out your best. Otherwise, you and I might both die outside the island. It'll be a good chance for the White Raja to withdraw his troops." How could he not know that if he chose to break out and failed, the White Raja would get what he wanted? It would also resolve the crisis. For the safety of the Dingwei floating island, Ding Jingshan might have had this intention. But at least Ding Jingshan had given him a choice. First, there was the soul jade fluid. Then, he sent Fu Yanqing to help. He was already doing his best to help him break out, not just for show. Huff! Chu Mi panted heavily. It seemed that he had been frightened by Fu Yanqing just now. After a long while, "I won't die." He narrowed his slender eyes and suddenly smiled. His smile was very sly. Chapter 905. It was hard for Jiang Wang to trust such a person who was used to swindling others. Fu Yanqing had said that Chu Mi could be trusted, but he hadn't said why. However, Fu Yanqing definitely knew Chu Mi better than Jiang Wang. In any case, it was always a good thing to have someone to help them break out of the encirclement. "How do you think we'll break out of the encirclement of the marine race's army?" Jiang Wang asked. Jiang Wang was already in the zone, trying to understand Chu Mi's methods. However, Chu Mi was clearly still worried. He said, "Since Fu Yanqing said so, he naturally has a way." Now that Fu Yanqing wasn't here, he didn't call him Master Qing. Jiang Wang asked, "You have a lot of confidence in Fu Yanqing?" "I do have confidence in you. You have such a strong background and great talent. How could they let you die so easily?" Chu Mi rubbed his face to focus. As for Fu Yanqing, he's killed 3 high-level marine race commanders with his own hand. High-level marine race commanders were a level higher than Granny Bijou. Moreover, Fu Yanqing had killed 3 of them, which proved that he wasn't just lucky. He truly possessed such strength. "I said I didn't have any background, but you didn't believe me. There's nothing I can do about it." Jiang Wang continued, "You said you could help me. What kind of help can you provide?" This was a very practical question. Chu Mi replied, "I have a secret technique that can increase the speed of both parties by 50% while coordinating with each other. I'm sure you know what this means. It'll greatly increase your chances of escaping when you break out of the encirclement." "Can it be used with any movement technique?" Jiang Wang asked. Chu Mi said, "I might as well give it a try." "How?" This time, Chu Mi didn't say anything. He simply reached out and placed a hand on Jiang Wang's shoulder, then disappeared. Of course, this disappearance was only visible. Jiang Wang could still sense the other party's presence. Jiang Wang had already witnessed Chu Mi's brilliant camouflage technique, so he naturally didn't focus on the other party's movements. Chu Mi's hand rested on his shoulder. It should have been heavy, but he could not feel that hand at all. He only felt that his body had become lighter. This was, of course, an illusion. Chu Mi could not have affected his physical condition without his permission. After careful observation, Jiang Wang realized that the reason why he felt lighter was because the surrounding elemental energy had undergone a subtle change. If he could thoroughly understand these changes, he might be able to replicate Chu Mi's secret technique. But for now, he only needed to feel its effects. With a tap of his foot, the green clouds scattered. Jiang Wang had already appeared outside the inn. With another step, He shattered the green clouds and turned into his room. It really became faster. Although it wasn't as much as 50%, it was still very shocking. Jiang Wang finally understood why Fu Yanqing had agreed to let Chumi help him to atone for his mistake. Now that he thought about it, if Fu Yanqing could find Chumi so easily, he should have been able to find him a long time ago. Why did he wait until after the plan to break out of the encirclement was revealed? Was this also a setup? Was he waiting for Chumi to take the bait himself? Perhaps Chumi had sensed it but was unable to resist. Perhaps he had not sensed it at all. After Jiang Wang stopped meteoric rise, Chumi released his hand and revealed his human form. He could not hide his surprise as he looked at Jiang Wang. This young practitioner with an extraordinary background had surprised him too many times. Your escape technique is too brilliant. Although my cultivation level is similar to yours, my secret technique is not at its best. It can only increase my speed by about 40%. That's enough, Jiang Wang said. Is this escape technique a secret technique of the imperial family? I've never seen it before. Chumi asked casually, what's it called? It has nothing to do with the imperial family. It's called meteoric rise, Jiang Wang answered casually. Then, he asked, what about this secret technique of yours? It's a secret technique of Liang Shanglo, borrowing the slope to get off the donkey. Chumi's expression was somewhat awkward. Jiang Wang did not mind the coarseness of the name. He only thought that it was indeed very appropriate. During the test just now, Chumi did not seem to move at all, but he followed him like a shadow. In fact, he was simply borrowing Jiang Wang's escape technique to display his power. Liang Shanglo's reputation was terrible, but it was still passed down. There was a reason why it could be passed down. Perhaps because he was a little embarrassed, Chumi explained. The name was set by the founder. It cannot be changed. Boom. A violent explosion sounded. In the inn, Jiang Wang and Chumi's expressions changed at the same time. The battle had begun. At this moment, Fu Yanqing's voice rang out again. Are you ready? His voice came first, and then he stood up from the shadows. It's time to act. This time, he had come in a hurry. He did not deliberately reveal his aura. As expected, Jiang Wang and Chumi did not notice him in advance. They knew that Fu Yanqing would come at any time and had been paying attention. But Fu Yanqing's arrival was as silent as ever. Among all the people Jiang Wang had met, in terms of concealment, this person was perhaps the best. Perhaps only the Yama kings of the Gateless Hell, including Yin Guan, could compare to him. Brother Fu. Jiang Wang responded, I'm ready. Lord Qing, we can set off at any time. Chumi thumped his chest loudly. No, you're not prepared enough. As Fu Yanqing spoke, he reached out and grabbed at Chumi's back. Several strands of black thread intertwined in his hand and formed a black brocade pouch. With a casual flick of his hand, the brocade pouch landed on Jiang Wang's waist. It's best that you don't lose it. If you do, Fu Yanqing said to Jiang Wang, and then turned to look at Chumi, he'll die. They were both from the outer tower, but Fu Yanqing held absolute power over Chumi's life. Chumi's expression stiffened. Lord Qing, is there really a need to do this? Fu Yanqing responded placidly, you're too afraid of death. I have to give you some motivation. If you feel that it's unfair, you can still choose to back out. Chumi forced a smile. What are you talking about, Lord Qing? You're fair, and Chumi is sincerely convinced. Lord Zhang's status is honorable, so there should be some guarantee. There should be. I don't know Jiang Wang's status, and I don't care. I'm willing to believe you on this matter. Fu Yanqing shook his head, but Island Lord said that a Tianjiao like Jiang Wang is the future of the human race. He has made the choice of a brave man, and we have no choice but to assure him of his safety. You can feel that it's unfair, and you can be angry, but this is Ding Wei Island's decision. Fair. Chumi immediately said, I completely agree. Fu Yanqing looked at him. When the time is up, the life shadow pouch will open. If Jiang Wang is safe, then you are safe. I understand. I'll do my best to cooperate with Prince Jiang. In front of Fu Yanqing, Chu Mi was unbelievably obedient. Jiang Wang didn't know what had happened on Dingwei Island in the past, but Fu Yanqing's deeds here definitely weren't as simple as casually killing 3 high-level commanders of the sea race. Otherwise, Chu Mi wouldn't be so scared with just a few words. However, no matter what history this island had, no matter what stories the cultivators on it had, if they couldn't make it through this time, everything would vanish. This floating island wasn't ordinary, and the cultivators on it weren't mediocre either. But in the bewildering world, they still couldn't be safe. At this moment, Jiang Wang suddenly realized how Ding Jingshan felt when he said to him, "This mountain has no name, so it doesn't need to have a name." And at this moment, a thunderous sound suddenly occurred above the floating island, like a heavy blow to his heart. Boom! Chapter 906. The 5 nests of the sea race in the Dingwei area were almost fully mobilized. The 5 armies swept through and chased all the human cultivators who were active in the wilderness back to the floating island. The White Raja did not stop for even a moment and personally took the lead. He did not even give the fleeing cultivators a chance to report and blocked the floating island of Dingwei. At this time, the armies surrounded the island and covered the sky above it in darkness. The human cultivators were used to forming an army, but the sea race also had their own army. The sea race had always relied on their individual strength to survive in the harsh environment of the sea. In the face of a terrifying crisis, it was often better to disperse than to gather. They lacked the soil to form a large-scale army. The oceanic species warriors were usually in small teams. After the war in the bewildering world entered a stalemate, this situation slowly changed. The large-scale military formations of the sea race in the past were all imitations of the human race's military formations. In the eyes of the human race's military experts, it might be extremely crude. However, after so many years of fighting in the bewildering world, the sea race's military formation system had also undergone rapid development. It gradually formed its own unique advantage. Now, the 5 sea race armies were divided into 5 formations. Above the formations, Qi condensed into phantoms. They were like wild dragons, evil jackals, octopuses, and ghost-faced ospreys. The army closest to the White Raja had a ferocious white elephant. Compared to the delicate and flexible human army, the sea race's army was more barbaric and ferocious. The loud sound that shook the entire island just now was the White Raja controlling the army's phantoms to smash the light screen of the floating island with their trunks. Almost the entire floating island was moved. Why did the human cultivators guard the island? On one hand, it was because the floating island already had a defensive formation set up, which could help the guards save more energy. On the other hand, as mentioned earlier, whether it was the floating island or the nests, they all needed large amounts of bewildering crystals to build. When the humans returned to the floating island and the sea race returned to the nests, the effects of the bewildering world's mutation could be eliminated. The reason for this was because the environment of the floating island was almost equivalent to a miniature version of the modern world. The sea race, who had long adapted to the blue sea, would naturally be suppressed when they entered the modern world, and their strength would be weakened. Just like the humans who entered the blue sea, they would also be suppressed. This kind of suppression made the floating islands and nests into fortresses in the bewildering world. As such, it had a crucial effect. It was also because of this that in those regions where there was an imbalance of power, those who were alone could rely on floating islands or nests to defend themselves and not be easily chased away. At this moment, the Sea Clan's army had formed a military formation and was constantly bombarding the island's protective light screen. The cultivators of the floating islands also formed their own battle formations. Under the same command, they added layers of defense and power to the light barrier protecting the island. The island guarding formation had its limits, and it was impossible for it to last forever. However, Dingwei Floating Island needed it to last for a longer period of time and consume more of the sea race's strength. This would allow them to gain more opportunities for close combat later. Although the White Raja appeared to be furious and impatient, he was abnormally steady when he actually launched his attack. From beginning to end, there were 3 military formations waiting for orders, and only 2 military formations would take turns to attack at any given time. It did not allow Dingwei Floating Island's island protection array to have a gap to repair, nor did it leave any room for counterattack. At the same time, he didn't forget to continue his psychological attack. Ding Jingshan. Looks like your formation won't be able to hold on much longer. How many people had bled and sacrificed to preserve this floating island? Because of your mistake, it's going to be destroyed today. This Raja is also heartbroken. Is it worth it for an insignificant cultivator? Amidst the continuous bombardment, his words undoubtedly carried more weight. Because of our existence, the human race can only exist in Dingwei District. After so many years, I'm not considering whether it's worth it. I'm only considering how much I can make you pay. Ding Jingshan also tried to break his opponent's fighting spirit. In order to give the Blood King an explanation and cripple your direct forces, even if all of Dingwei District belongs to the Sea Race, who will take over with the army. Have you ever thought about whether it's worth it for you to pay all this? The White Raja smiled. What you said makes sense. How about this, you hand over that little friend, and I'll immediately withdraw my troops. Both sides won't have to make things difficult for each other. Isn't that a win-win situation? Ding Jingshan also smiled. I already said it's a little friend. You're already so old, it's not appropriate for you to bully the young. Why don't you let him go and let him get close to you in the future? Isn't that the best of both worlds? The 2 core figures of the human race and the sea race, the highest authority in Dingwei District, actually started chatting during the battle. However, while they chatted casually, the battle did not slow down for a moment. You're really stubborn. You're the one who's unchanging. If you really cause heavy casualties to my subordinates, it's naturally not worth it for an ordinary cultivator. The White Raja raised his right hand and made a forward gesture. I'm afraid you can't do it. The Sea Race's army formation immediately changed. There was only 1 Sea Race army formation left on standby. The remaining 4 army formations began to take turns attacking. The frequency and intensity of the attacks suddenly increased. Ding Jingshan did not speak. His subordinates adjusted the island's defenses. At the same time, the 5 Sea Race armies formed army formations outside the floating island. With the shadows of various terrifying beasts, they launched a frenzied attack on the floating island. Loud bangs rang out one after another. On the floating island, the human cultivators formed small formations, controlling the various nodes of the island's protective formation to strengthen its defenses. Cultivators constantly retreated due to exhaustion of their Tao energy. Immediately, other cultivators took their places. The seemingly thin barrier of light became the barrier between the humans and the sea race, separating them from the crisis of life and death. Everyone knew that when it shattered, it would be the most tragic moment of this war. Open the armory and pull out all of the scorching sun flying ships. Set up the star-shattering crossbows. Ding Jingshan suddenly shouted. The star-shattering crossbows were Mog's unique military equipment. The secret method to create them had been passed down from the era of the Su Kingdom. After many generations of improvements, it used vitality stones as its energy source and possessed terrifying power. It was a powerful weapon. The scorching sun flying ships were the cornerstone military equipment of the sect. Mog and its subordinate forces all used these ships to travel between the main realm and the bewildering world. These ships were on par with the dragon fishing ship of Ocean Fishing Tower and the thorn ship of Ju Ming Island. They were said to have the power of the sun and could burn everything. Of course, this was an exaggeration. However, once the scorching sun flying ships were activated, it would not be difficult for them to kill several sea race commanders. Against such a powerful sea race army, other military equipment would not be of much use. It was better to use these trump cards. However, since the scorching sun flying ships and the star-shattering crossbows had been brought out, it meant that Ding Jingshan was prepared to destroy everything. He would not leave any leeway. The White Raja raised his right hand again and slowly clenched his fingers into a fist. Immediately, sea race soldiers rode giant white elephant-shaped sea beasts out of the 5 military formations. In front of each formation, there were 3 giant white elephant-shaped sea beasts. These white elephant-shaped sea beasts were different from ordinary sea beasts. Judging from their auras, they were all close to the sea race commanders. One had to know that the sea beasts that roamed the wilderness were usually below the soaring dragon realm. Their appearance matched the White Raja's name, which made them even more extraordinary. 15 white elephant-shaped sea beasts raised their trunks and let out a cow-like roar. Moo! One after another, they all exploded. Chapter 907. The huge white elephant sea beast exploded, but the expected scene of flesh and blood splattering did not appear. Instead, it exploded into countless white fragments, which looked like armor leaves when looking closely. These white elephant sea beasts had undergone unique cultivation. Under the effect of a secret technique, their bodies had already undergone fundamental changes. Although they were usually living creatures, they were no longer sea beasts, but another form of military equipment. At this moment they suddenly exploded. Pieces of white bone armor flew everywhere like swallows returning to the forest, finally embedding themselves in the Army Soul shadows. The Army Soul shadows formed by the 5 sea race army formations seemed to be covered in armor. With the harsh environment of the sea, they naturally could not compare to humans in terms of military equipment. Most of the sea race's weapons were obtained from local materials, not to mention other things. However, this did not mean that the sea race army was at an absolute disadvantage against the human army. Like humans, the sea race never lacked brave warriors. They also had many wise people. Whatever Tsanghai gave them, they would use it. Tempering one's physique in a harsh environment, tempering one's fighting spirit in a terrifying predicament. The sea beasts that were originally born in the sea were used to the greatest extent to play all kinds of roles. For this war, the White Raja was also in a difficult position. His army surrounded the island, and with Ding Jingshan not backing down, he could not just return with his tail between his legs. Although he did not want to expend too much strength, and did not want to overturn the island in one battle. The reason he mobilized the army was to prove Shui Yingrong's Tianjiao claim, so that the Blood King could not be blamed. He hoped that Ding Jingshan would back down and break the backbone of the humans in the Dingwei region. However, if Ding Jingshan was unyielding, he would only be more unyielding. Ding Jingshan took out all of his trump cards and sacrificed a total of 15 white elephant sea beasts without saying a word. It could be said that he was not willing to sacrifice. Brothers! Ding Jingshan stared at the White Raja and shouted angrily, "Today, we live and die with the floating island." The floating island cultivators shouted in unison, "Live and die together." On the entire Dingwei floating island, there were nearly 300 outer tower cultivators. There were thousands of inner tower and soaring dragon cultivators. Of course, the cultivators below the outer tower all participated in the bewildering world in the form of an army. They were stationed in nature and almost never traveled alone. These cultivators came from the islands near the sea, from all over the Chi-Chi, and from various countries in the eastern domain. Or even more distant countries. There would always be some cultivators who fought for the sake of the human race, regardless of any personal interest. Desolate border, bewildering worlds, all kinds of dangerous places were their battlefields. Nearly 300 outer building cultivators were simultaneously responding to the starlight sacred tower in the distant starry sky. What kind of scene was that? Above the floating island, there were specks of starlight, as if a starry sky had appeared in a bewildering world. The bewildering world originally had no distinction between heaven and earth, but now there was heaven. Tracing back to the legends, it was only when the heavens and earth had been separated that the human race could walk between them. However, in the bewildering world, where the human race stood was the earth, and where the human race stood was the sky. Ding Jingshan was unafraid of death, and the White Elephant King also pointed his finger at him. Since you're so stubborn, I'll let you die with the floating island. Within the 5C tribe army formations, violent fluctuations were constantly being generated. This was a power that even the army spirits could not conceal. It was the true form of the Ocean Lord. Commander-level Sea tribe members could completely control the Sea Lord's original form and would not fall into madness. Farrier-level and General-level Sea tribe members had yet to fully adapt to the power of the Sea Lord's original form and could only use it as a desperate measure. This was also a sign that the Sea Lord's original form was not perfect. One day, the Farrier-level Sea tribe members could also easily manifest the Sea Lord's original form without having to confuse their mind. Perhaps that would be the moment when it reached perfection. In the Dingwei district, there were at least 3 times more commander-level Sea clan cultivators than there were human cultivators in the outer building realm. With so many commander-level Sea tribe members manifesting the Sea Lord's original form, the shadow of a raging sea suddenly appeared under the floating island and connected into one. The raging hurricane and the roaring waves surged madly in the pitch-black darkness. The sentence Jiang Wang heard before entering the bewildering world: "The sky is night, the sea is dark, the north and south cannot be seen, and the south cannot be distinguished." It became a reality at this moment. It turned out that it was describing the scene of the war between the human race and the Sea tribe. Just like now, it was still chaotic, but the sky and the sea could be seen. The sky was above the human race's head, and the Sea tribe's feet were the sea. The sky and the sea were opposite, and so were the two races. Either the stars fell, or the shadows of the sea dried up. While his mind was shaken, Jiang Wang heard Fu Yanqing's voice. "Now is the time." He grabbed Jiang Wang with one hand and Chu Mi with the other, and directly sank into the shadow with them. Sinking into one's own shadow was a very strange feeling. Jiang Wang had seen the power of light and knew how to approach and touch it. However, the shadow that looked more contoured and tamed was actually more difficult to grasp. The shadow was just the absence of light. People often said, like a shadow following the body, but when you walked forward, it was not the shadow that followed you. You were just blocking another piece of light. The shadow was cast by yourself. He could see the shadow every day, but it was actually very unfamiliar. Until now, when he entered the shadow world, this was an environment without light. The vision of a transcendent level cultivator would not shrink too much because of the night. When they opened their eyes, they saw light. Even the smallest light could be captured by their transcendent level vision. But in this world, there was no light at all, including his own eyes. In other words, he couldn't see anything. "Don't make any unnecessary movements, or you'll interrupt shadow walk at any time," Fu Yanqing said. Jiang Wang felt like he was being pulled along, moving forward without any sense of direction, walking in a world of shadows. How did Fu Yanqing determine the location? He thought. Under the continuous bombardment, Dingwei floating island's protective light screen gradually became less stable, ripples visible to the naked eye. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that at this rate, They would only be able to hold on for another hour at most. There was still an hour left before the final battle. This was a judgment that both sides could easily make. But at this time, Ding Jingshan suddenly stood up. Die, white elephant! The light curtain protecting the island, which had been holding on for a long time, suddenly disappeared. The humans had taken the initiative to withdraw it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Scorching light arrows, each as thick as a human arm, roared as they shot out of the island. The star-shattering crossbows continuously fired at the oceanic species army. The sky was filled with dazzling streams of light. There were even more powerful cultivators driving scorching sun flying ships, following closely behind the star-shattering crossbows and crashing into the oceanic species army. Ding Jingshan passed through the disappearing light curtain and punched at White Elephant. At this critical moment when the army was surrounding the island, Ding Wei floating island actually counterattacked. How dare you! Although White Elephant was shocked, he did not panic and countered with a punch. Of course, he did not panic. With 5 armies surrounding the island, he did not underestimate the enemy even when he had the absolute advantage. He had always kept a buffer and was not afraid of such a surprise attack at all. On the contrary, it was the human cultivators who left the floating island and gave up their advantage, mistakenly thinking that they could take the initiative. In his opinion, this was the true stupidity. His abnormally wide palm clenched into a strong fist. He punched back, causing the air to explode and heat. This was extreme power, extreme oppression. Ding Jingshan's punch was not so heavy. But there were countless charging phantoms of cultivators, appearing and disappearing one after another. This was his fist, this was his Tao. Chapter 908. Ding Wei Floating Island's counterattack was too sudden. Even if the seafolk did not slack off, they were still a little slow. The first wave of star-shattering arrow rain still successfully hit the target. If it were just the 15 white elephant sea beasts with the strength of a commander, it would be impossible for them to withstand such an attack. A single wave of arrows would shatter them. However, as the trump card of the White Raja's army, these white elephant sea beasts were specially bred for war. Who knew how many resources they consumed on a daily basis? All their value was in the white armor they transformed into after exploding. They also used a secret technique of the seafolk to embed the army soul shadow, which was closely connected to it. Its defense was astonishing. Under the starry sky illuminated by the starlight sacred tower, the scorching streams of light emitted by the star-shattering crossbows streaked across the sky and instantly fell into the seafolk army formation. The dense white armor exploded, but the army soul shadow under the white armor was unharmed. 5 gigantic figures clad in white armor launched a counterattack under the command of the commander-in-chief. The army soul shadow formed into an octopus monster crazily attacked with its huge tentacles, knocking down all the scorching light arrows that followed from the star-shattering crossbows. The other berserk dragons, vicious jackals, ghost-face osprey, and savage white elephants all assumed defensive stances. They had to deal with the scorching sun flying ship and leave these hateful but powerful little things outside the floating island. The scene of the battle between the two races was chaotic. Be it the star-shattering crossbows, the scorching sun flying ship, or the army soul shadows, they were all very eye-catching. However, what truly focused everyone's attention was still the 2 fists. Compared to the huge army soul shadow formed by the army formation, both Ding Jingshan and the White Raja appeared too small. However, their fists seemed to split all the turbulence, shatter all the sound, and penetrate all tangible and intangible existences. The moment the 2 fists collided was silent. This was the confrontation of 2 fists, the collision of 2 Taos. At the most intense moment of this collision, outside the entire battlefield, in a group of seafolk that was not in the army formation and was ready to replenish their troops at any time, A shadow rippled behind a warrior-level seafolk riding a long-scaled black-boned fish. Jiang Wang and Chu Mi leaped out from the shadow. With Chu Mi's help, the two of them concealed themselves and left quietly without alerting the warrior-level seafolk. In fact, the gazes of these seafolk were all on the battlefield, paying attention to their king. They looked forward to how the White Raja tear the human opponent apart, waiting for the military order at any time. The two fists finally collided. It was difficult for others to see the deeper layers of the battle between the Divine Advent cultivators and the Marquis-level marine species, but they could see that the White Raja did not move at all, while Ding Jingshan, who had leaped off the floating island, moved back several inches. In the end, the countless human phantoms that charged forward and refused to turn back were silently swallowed up like clay oxen entering the sea. "My king!" The oceanic species army shouted, and their morale soared. However, Ding Jingshan was expressionless and the White Raja did not move. They knew very well that although the White Raja had the absolute advantage in terms of strength, the outcome of that punch had yet to be determined. Ding Jingshan moved back several inches, and immediately punched out again. It was like an iron hammer smashing down on an unformed weapon on an anvil. A spark of fire splashed out, which was the scorching shadow. This bit of flame was brilliant and proud. The history of the human race's exploration of the bewildering world seemed to have been condensed into a brief moment. This instant was thousands of years, and these thousands of years were only an instant. This punch. Life and death do not wear down generation after generation. The White Raja's expression did not change, but his eyes clearly turned solemn. He swung his fist very slowly. His fist was as heavy as a mountain. Innate divine ability, moving mountains. A divine ability like moving mountains. There had always been two manifestations. One was to borrow the power of the mountain. One needed to nurture, stabilize, and fuse with the mountain. The other was to seek one's own strength and cultivate the power to move mountains. The White Raja belonged to the latter. Passing down the torch, generation after generation, could moving mountains? The fist momentum could not wear down life and death, generation after generation, but as long as the mountain was heavy enough and tall enough, how could the person punching at this moment continue forever? The White Raja's punch was still only strength. Pure strength, terrifying strength. His fist almost engulfed everything. At this moment, the shadow behind him suddenly flowed and condensed into a human figure. The figure held a sharp awl in his hand. The awl was like a small umbrella, and the tip of the umbrella was about to pierce through life and death. Fu Yanqing. He dared to stab Divine Advent. This all landed behind the White Raja. The White Raja did not even turn his head, nor did he change his movements. He was still swinging his fists in a slow manner. His fist finally caught Ding Jingshan's fist. The terrifying strength exploded with an aura that could destroy everything. The shadow holding the awl on his back completely collapsed. As for Ding Jingshan, who faced the fist head-on, he first shot back before there was a loud boom. Boom. "My king! Invincible!" The marine race warriors who saw this scene shouted. Almost at the same time that Ding Jingshan was blasted back. On the entire battlefield, after the star-shattering crossbows fired a rain of scorching arrows, the scorching sun flying ships that had activated all their formations suddenly turned around and flew back to the floating island before crashing into the marine race army. Before the marine race army could give chase, the light barrier protecting the island rose up again. The White Raja suddenly stepped forward and punched out, destroying a scorching sun flying ship that failed to enter the floating island in time. The second punch landed, but it was firmly blocked by the light barrier protecting the island. The entire floating island shook, but it did not break in the end. Ding Jingshan, who had already retreated to the floating island, suddenly said fiercely, "This flying ship and Jueming Island must be returned." Beside him, Fu Yanqing, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, said, Also, this subordinate's injuries must be properly treated. In a few words, Ding Jingshan, who had added another heavy debt to Jiang Wang, suddenly said loudly, "Use more strength. White Raja, is the sea too difficult for you and you can't eat your fill? Why are you so powerless?" The White Raja released his fist and smiled sinisterly. "Is returning without any results worth your arrogance? How many more times can you charge?" He turned his head and ordered his subordinates, "Maintain the previous frequency and continue charging. It doesn't matter how many times we can charge. What's important is..." Ding Jingshan looked at him with the eyes of a victor. "The person you're looking for is not on Mount Dingwei floating island. The Jiang Wang you saw earlier was only an illusion. I was just testing you. How about it, do you still think it was worth it? If any of you can deceive me with an illusion, I'll admit defeat." The White Raja sneered. "Don't you think it's ridiculous to play such a trick at a time like this? In the entire Sea Race army, the only one who could see Fu Yanqing's whereabouts was him, the White Raja. However, his attention was completely attracted by Ding Jingshan. His spiritual sense was entangled with Ding Jingshan, so he did not pay attention to such a distant place. As a result, he did not notice that Jiang Wang had been sent away. "It's indeed ridiculous." Ding Jingshan waved his hand, and through the floating island's light screen, the phantom of the sea border list unfolded in front of the White Raja. He found Jiang Wang's name and pointed it out to the White Raja. "Don't tell me you don't know what this means?" On the sea border list, the two words Jiang Wang had turned red, representing danger. This meant that he was still in the wilderness. After the name, the blood-red color seemed to be mocking him for his stupidity. "No." The White Raja quickly reacted. Ding Jingshan, this dog, was still lying to him. Jiang Wang must have taken advantage of the previous charge to escape. Yu Siqing, immediately disperse the army and search the entire area for Jiang Wang. He just left not long ago. The Ghost-Face Osprey army formation that was formed by the army spirit shadow immediately dispersed, displaying their excellent combat skills. Countless figures shot out in all directions, searching for Jiang Wang in every direction. The White Raja turned around and looked at Ding Jingshan. He said fiercely, "Continue attacking. This Raja wants to strangle their future and destroy their present." Chapter 909. Compared to the enraged White Raja, Ding Jingshan was very calm. "Then you must work harder. Since you know that Jiang Wang has escaped, you should also know that your method of blocking communication is useless. Jiang Wang has already reported to the other regions. Reinforcements will be here soon." He looked at White Raja and said with a hint of viciousness, "You'd better attack the floating island and kill me within an hour. Otherwise, think about how many nests you'll have to give up." White Raja grinned sinisterly. "Then let's try. Attack with all your might." In the bewildering world, the directions were chaotic and unpredictable. Although the human clan and the sea clan had different locations, these locations were constantly moving. However, the changes were usually in the form of an entire region. This was also the reason why they could be divided into regions. For example, the humans used the heavenly stems and earthly branches to mark different regions in an attempt to find the pattern of the region's changes. However, they had not succeeded for so many years. Both the humans and the Sea clan recognized the randomness of this movement. According to the situation before the last change, the closest region to Dingwei's region was Bingchen's region. In that region, the ratio of floating islands to nests was 3-2. The humans there had the ability to mobilize reinforcement. No matter what method Jiang Wang used to request for reinforcements, it would take at least an hour to receive the message and organize reinforcements across regions. Therefore, Ding Jingshan said that White Raja had better work harder. Of course, he hoped to use the pressure of the reinforcements to make White Raja retreat. However, White Raja was also ruthless this time. He vowed to lead the remaining 4 military formations to destroy Dingwei's floating island and kill Ding Jingshan within an hour. At the same time, he wanted to use this hour to let Yu Siqing successfully kill Jiang Wang. He had originally acknowledged that Jiang Wang was Tianjiao, but he did not really think that he could be compared to Jiaoming. He had made such a big fuss because he wanted to shirk responsibility in front of the Blood King. However, in order to cover Jiang Wang's escape, Ding Jingshan had gone to such great lengths. This made Shuaingrong's words more credible. Another's hero was my enemy. The more the humans paid attention, the more the Sea clan should eliminate them as soon as possible. At this time, Jiang Wang and Chu Mi had quietly left the battlefield. Jiang Wang burst out at full speed almost as soon as he left the Sea tribe's army's line of sight. The wind-chasing secret treasure opened instantly. In the cloud-top immortal palace, spell interfaces surged, stepping on the air as if it was flat ground, flying as if it was slow. Meteoric rise. There was also Chu Mi from Liang Shanglo who was secretly attached to his side, increasing his speed by a full 40%. At this moment, Jiang Wang didn't know whether the Sea race had discovered his escape and whether they had chased after him. But he was very clear about the predicament Ding Wei floating island was facing. Ding Jingshan and Fu Yanqing had already done everything they could, but in a situation where they were at an absolute disadvantage, it was impossible to place too much hope on them. He had to cherish every breath he had to escape. Before the White Raja could react, he had to escape as far as possible. It would be best if he could escape to the Bingchen area. Of the 3 floating islands in the Bingchen area, one belonged to Mog Valley, one belonged to a small sect in the nearby islands, and one belonged to Jueming Island. These were all marked on the palanquin. Not to mention the connections he had shown at the Tianya stage, just his status in Qi meant that the other party would definitely not stand by and watch. Chu Mi was shocked after flying at such high speed for an entire 15 minutes. There was no need to mention the brilliance of Jiang Wang's escape technique, and the density of his Dao energy was something he had never seen in other inner palace cultivators. After the Starlight Sacred Tower was set up in the distant stars, the Starlight Tower and the isolated island of heaven and earth resonated, completely stabilizing the position of the isolated island of heaven and earth. From then on, there was no longer any danger of the lost 5 palace seas, thus freeing up a large amount of Dao energy to support the isolated island of heaven and earth. This was one of the reasons why outer palace cultivators had much denser Dao energy. But this Jiang Wang didn't seem to need to support the isolated island of heaven and earth. His Dao energy actually surged violently and didn't stop for a moment. If that was all, it would be fine. That palanquin also proved that this person had an extraordinary background. The position of each area in the bewildering world was chaotic, and the changes in the entire bewildering world were due to the area moving as a whole. There were only sporadic records of history from long ago, and they were all deeply hidden and rarely seen. Many experts speculated that 2 peerless experts had fought here and shattered the rules of this world, resulting in such a chaotic, bewildering world. A more widespread rumor said that this battle was a battle between the human emperor and the dragon emperor of the Middle Ages. In such a chaotic world, bewildering crystals were materials used to re-establish order. The human race wanted to establish order in this bewildering world, while the Sea race wanted to establish order in the ocean. The floating islands and the nests were the efforts of the 2 races. In such a chaotic world, outer palace cultivators could only roughly determine their position through their perception of the distant stars. Every time the area changed, they would need to gather new information. The palanquin was different. The principle behind the palanquin was actually similar to the connection between the sea and border rankings and the division scrolls. The palanquin was connected to Jueming Island's treasure that recorded the map of the bewildering world. Every time the area changed, Jueming Island's imprint in the explored area would send back information. This allowed the palanquin to always guide the way. Thus, the palanquin was not specially designed for cultivators below the outer palace realm who could not determine their position. Cultivators above the outer palace realm also needed the palanquin. It could even be said that cultivators below the outer palace realm rarely had more value than the palanquin. For any faction in a bewildering world, the map was the most important information. Obtaining the palanquin meant that one could grasp the map and information of the faction in the bewildering world. At the same time, one could use the palanquin to trace back those secret imprints, easily destroying Jueming Island's many years of effort. The importance of the palanquin could be seen. For this delicate youth to carry the palanquin with him, his status in the Qi realm was definitely not ordinary. In addition, he had a thumb ring on his hand, a water element treasure hidden on his body. Who knew what other good things were in his storage box? How could he not be a member of the imperial family? Do you need to rest? Chumi said fawningly amidst the biting wind. 15 minutes had passed, and the effects of the wind-chasing secret treasure had ended. In addition to the exhaustion from rushing, his speed was much slower than before. Thus Chumi had such a question. Jiang Wang ignored him and continued to walk on the blue clouds. Choosing to rest at this time was simply brainless. He was a cultivator who had experienced many life and death situations, not a pampered young master who could not endure hardships. Chumi said again, "Actually, what I meant was, I have some spirit medicine here that can boost your energy and relieve fatigue." "No need." Jiang Wang naturally would not take his medicine. If not for Fu Yanqing's life shadow pouch, they would have gone their separate ways after escaping from the battlefield. Chumi saw that Jiang Wang had no interest in communicating and finally fell silent. He was not someone who would retreat so easily. He made up his mind to wait for the situation to ease before trying to get closer. Following the notes on the palanquin, Jiang Wang did not stop. Not only did he have to save his own life, he also had to complete the request for reinforcements for Jueming Island, so he did not dare to slack off. But the danger came faster than expected. While moving forward, Jiang Wang suddenly asked, "Do you hear anything?" Chumi's voice was panicked. "Don't move, I'll help you hide." Jiang Wang pushed him away. "Hide yourselves." He only draped the concealment cloak over his body and then stopped moving. Chumi only took a glance and then gave up on the idea of helping Jiang Wang hide himself. The cloak was flawless, a treasure he had never seen before. He cursed inwardly for being such a rich person, then immediately used a secret technique and held his breath. They had just finished hiding themselves. That originally faint and distant sound suddenly became intense. That was a sharp howl that came from far away. Chapter 9-10. It was a sharp whistle that came from afar. It was the sound of the air being pierced, and even the sound of the air being smashed together. Finally, it mixed together and formed an ear-piercing sound. What kind of expert was rushing over at such a terrifying speed? At this time, in the current Dingwei district, who else could it be? Even Ding Jingshan couldn't leave the floating island and cross the wilderness at this time. It could only be an expert of the sea race that came to chase after them. At this time, only an expert of the sea race could be so unrestrained. And it came so quickly. This speed was so shocking that Jiang Wang and Chumi couldn't help but appear nervous. That sharp whistle was getting closer and closer. Jiang Wang held the red makeup mirror in his hand. Through this mirror, he could finally see the appearance of the newcomer. It was a giant eagle-shaped sea beast. It was clearly the true appearance of a sea lord that a certain expert of the sea race had manifested. Its face was like a ferocious ghost, with a green face and sharp fangs. When it spread its wings, it was 20 feet long and looked like a black cloud. It had a pair of steel-like sharp claws. The claws were extremely sharp and long, like thorns. The middle of the claws was even webbed. It appeared in the field of view of the red makeup mirror and disappeared in the next moment. That sharp whistle pierced through space and rolled into the distance. Only then did Chumi appear with a serious expression. "What do we do?" "From the sound, it's coming from the direction of the border river." The border river separated the various districts of the bewildering world. It wasn't an ordinary river. It was a broken zone of time and space. It was the most chaotic and terrifying place in the entire bewildering world. One had to use special methods to safely pass through it. Because it divided the various districts of the bewildering world, it was called the border river by the human race. The bewildering world couldn't be seen as a huge plain with lines in the middle. The counties, prefectures, and prefectures of human countries were all like this. But the bewildering world was different. In the bewildering world, one district was connected to another through the border river. After crossing the border river, one could enter another district. Apart from that, one couldn't walk out of the district in any direction. Thus, the number of districts connected to a district usually depended on how many border rivers appeared at the edge of the district. They were also randomly generated without any pattern. Thus, the Dingwei district was only connected to the Bingchen district, because there was only one border river in the Dingwei region. Bingchen region had two world rivers that connected to Dingwei region and Jiamao region. In other words, the sea species expert was traveling at top speed because he wanted to block the boundary river before Jiang Wang could escape, so that Jiang Wang wouldn't be able to escape. "Of course we're following them," Jiang Wang said expressionlessly. "No matter how strong he is, I don't believe that I can't even get a chance to cross the border river." At this moment, Jiang Wang didn't know that an entire army of sea species was searching for him. But even if he knew, this was the only choice he would make. The Sea clan member that just passed by should be Yu Siqing. Only he could catch up with us in such a short time. This was a high-level commander of the Sea tribe in Wantonly Nest. Moreover, he was one of the strongest high-level commanders in the Dingwei region. Even if the two of us joined forces, we still wouldn't be a match for him. Chumi said. "Besides, the marine race has a lot of troops surrounding the floating island. If he was here to catch you, he wouldn't have come alone. It's just that he's the fastest, so we only saw him. Soon, his subordinates will catch up." Jiang Wang only said, "Then we have to hurry, don't we? The longer we delay, the more helpers he'll have, and the less likely we'll be able to cross the river." Chumi clenched his teeth. "You'll get me killed." Perhaps because he knew his words were too harsh, he added, "I can't die." There was even a hint of pleading in his eyes. "I don't want to die." Because of Fu Yanqing's life shadow pouch, if something happened to Jiang Wang, something would happen to him as well. Thus, he couldn't just leave Jiang Wang alone. He did his best to help Jiang Wang increase his speed, to help Jiang Wang conceal himself as soon as he heard the commotion, and now he wanted to persuade Jiang Wang not to take the risk. All of this was to protect Jiang Wang's life, and also to protect his own. He wanted to live. Living was more important than anything else. Jiang Wang glanced at him, and untied the life shadow pouch from his waist. In front of Chumi, he crushed it with his vital essence. "You can go now. Beg for mercy, surrender, or find a place to hide. It's up to you. You've already bought me a lot of time. That's enough. I'll take care of the rest myself." After saying this, he didn't even look at Chumi as he stepped onto the green cloud and left. Chumi was stunned. Who would give up on an outer sect cultivator who was under their control at this moment? Even if he couldn't help him get out of this predicament, at the very least, he could be used as a distraction or a meat shield to block the danger. Yet this person had just let go of his shackles so easily. From his point of view, he could only see that the young man was walking leisurely, seemingly slow but actually moving quickly. The green cloud shadows under his feet collapsed one by one, spreading out into the distance. It was as if he was ascending the stairs to heaven. In Jiang Wang's opinion, although Chu Mi seemed like a veteran swindler and must have a notorious past, he had been bathed in blood in the bewildering world for many years. He was already being tortured. He was paying back for the mistakes he had made. Even if he was guilty, it wasn't to the point where he deserved to die. Previously, he had indeed relied on his secret technique to escape so far in such a short time. Between life and death, every breath of time gained was very precious. He didn't want to and didn't need to force this person to take the risk with him. The time to simply run for his life had passed. An unwilling and cowering Chu Mi might not be able to play any role in front of the sea race powerhouses. Since he was afraid, he might as well set him free. Chu Mi's words implied that he hoped Jiang Wang would hide and wait for the dust to settle before finding an opportunity to cross the border. Jiang Wang actually wanted to ask, when the nest is overturned, how can there be an unbroken egg? But in the end, he didn't say anything. There were many people in this world. It wasn't that they didn't understand some principles, but they were good at covering their eyes and didn't want to understand. Ding Jingshan said, "In the bewildering world, we're all fellow soldiers." But if he recognized him, he recognized him. If he didn't need to force it. It was just like how Ding Jingshan only gave him a choice and didn't make any demands. The border river was a broken zone of time and space. It could be as short as a few hundred feet and as long as a few dozen miles. In a situation where his path was blocked, the longer the border river, the better. The longer the border river, the harder it was to be blocked, and the more room he had to maneuver. No matter who the sea race member who flew past just now was, his combat strength was definitely above his. So Jiang Wang only wanted to break through and do his best to break through the blockade. He didn't have any hope of killing his opponent. According to the map, the border river in Dingwei district wasn't too long, but it was still 7 miles long. 7 miles wasn't short, but it was definitely within the attack range of high-level commander-level sea race members. When he was 100 miles away, Jiang Wang slowed down. He used the Clam King Pearl to create illusions and the red makeup mirror to observe his surroundings. The stealth clothes he wore allowed him to hide without a trace once he stopped. He should be more cautious and slower, but as he said to Chu Mi, he had to make the best use of his time. It was hard to balance between advancing and retreating. Chapter 9-11. Chu Mi mistakenly thought that Jiang Wang's Tao energy was more vigorous than that of the outer tower cultivators, but that was not the case. Although his heaven and earth isolated island was vast and sturdy and did not require much Tao energy to support it, it could not be completely released like the outer tower cultivators. The reason why his expression did not change even after traveling at high speed for 15 minutes was actually because the immortal technique One Step to Clear Skies mainly consumed the technique interface. The consumption of Tao energy was extremely low. With the Clear Sky Pavilion continuously producing technique interfaces in the Cloud Top Immortal Palace, he naturally did not need to worry about the lack of successors. Although the Cloud Top Immortal Palace was far from recovering, and the speed at which the Clear Sky Pavilion produced technique interfaces was not as fast as before, now was not the time for the Cloud Top Immortal Palace to dominate the world. There were not that many disciples of the Cloud Top Immortal Palace to use technique interfaces. It was more than enough for Jiang Wang alone. Rushing all the way to the border river without consuming too much of his energy was undoubtedly an advantage. But perhaps this was the only advantage. When the member of the Sea Clan who rushed to the border river in his original form entered the Red Mirror's field of vision first, Jiang Wang held his breath and stopped. It was a male member of the Sea Clan with a sharp face and malicious eyes. The characteristic of the Sea Clan was the black scales on his brow bone. Jiang Wang knew that the Sea Clan would consume a lot of energy to use the Sea Clan's original form, just like how extraordinary cultivators used magical powers. In other words, the member of the Sea Clan that Chu Mi called Yu Siqing was definitely not in his peak condition. But Jiang Wang had no intention of making a move. Since the other party dared to use the Sea Clan's original form to block the border river, and after knowing that he had the battle record of 1 against 9, he chose to come alone. He definitely had something to rely on since he still chose to come alone. He knew his own strength well. The so-called 1 against 9 was very much a coincidence. Jiang Wang would not belittle himself, but he would also not be too arrogant when considering life and death. As an enemy, Yu Siqing would definitely not underestimate his enemy, and he did not dare to underestimate Yu Siqing. Especially since Chu Mi had already introduced him as one of the strongest high-level commanders of the Sea Clan in the Dingwei district. This guy stood there silently, as if he was adjusting his breath. This undoubtedly showed that he was confident that he was definitely faster than Jiang Wang and would definitely arrive in front of Jiang Wang. Moreover, he was not afraid of Jiang Wang's possible sneak attack. Not far behind him was a line of nothingness. It was not a scene from the bewildering world. It was just nothingness. Jiang Wang dived a few steps closer, but the result was still the same. He was finally sure that the red makeup mirror couldn't reflect the border river. Before crossing the river, the idea of observing the border river was obviously ruined. It was probably because the boundary river was a broken zone of time and space. It was the most chaotic and broken zone in the entire bewildering chaos world, and there were no rules to speak of. The reflection ability of the red makeup mirror relied on the existence of a certain law. When all the rules were broken, the red makeup mirror lost its reflection. This was the only explanation for why the red makeup mirror could not reflect the target. Fortunately, the scene outside the 7 miles of the border river was still clear. When coming up with a plan to cross the river, he only needed to lock onto the position of that line of nothingness. The realm river was difficult to cross, surging within. The shattered time and space would shatter all people and objects that accidentally fell in. However, the bewildering world was an entire battlefield, so communication between the various regions was necessary. Thus, the humans and Sea Clans had already researched a method to cross the river. The humans' method was called crossing the bridge. Jiang Wang currently had one in his storage box. It had been given to him by Fu Yanqing before he left. To put it bluntly, the so-called crossing bridge was a bridge made of confusion crystals. Under the support of a special secret technique, it could cross the realm river. The user could calmly cross the realm river. The principle behind it was to use confusion crystals to temporarily stabilize the laws in the realm river. When the chaos stabilized, the section of the realm river would naturally not be as dangerous. From this, it could be seen that confusion crystals were the most important strategic resource in the bewildering world. They were needed in many crucial places. Jiang Wang's current goal was to successfully cross the realm river while Yu Siqing was blocking him. What should he do? Just as he was thinking, another figure entered the red makeup mirror's vision. It was an old friend. Jiang Wang didn't know his name, but he knew that his Sea Lord true form had 6 wings, 80 legs, and was extremely fast. It was the commander-level Sea Tribe commander that he had scared off with his misdirection. This guy should be rushing over from another direction. He and Yu Siqing were probably the fastest among the Sea Tribe below the White Raja. At this point, Yu Siqing's strategy was very clear. He clearly wanted to block the realm river first and not give Jiang Wang a chance to cross. Then, with the realm river as the starting point, he would search for Jiang Wang in Dingwei's area. Jiang Wang didn't know that the White Raja had sent out an entire Sea Nest army to search and kill him. At this moment, the wilderness was filled with Sea Tribe members swimming everywhere. But that didn't stop him from making a judgment. As time passed, more and more sea tribe members would rush over. His hopes of crossing the river would become slimmer and slimmer. Time wasn't on his side. However, Yusiching alone was already difficult to deal with. Now, another helper had arrived. How could he break through their joint blockade? He definitely couldn't just charge over. These two sea tribe members were extremely fast. He might be stopped in the blink of an eye and lose all his chances. Shui Yingrong flew in front of the realm river. Looking at the multicolored fragments, he subconsciously stood a little further away. Brother Yu. He bowed to Yusiching. My king ordered me to hurry over. Yusiching looked at him with malicious eyes. Recuperate well. Wash away the shame of the Shui Ying clan today. He was also a sea lord and had rushed over. Compared to the expressionless Yusiching, Shui Yingrong was clearly overexerted. Although he was only slightly slower than Yusiching in terms of absolute speed, he was far inferior in other aspects. Fortunately, he had a true king as his grandfather, so he didn't need to lower his head too much. Hearing this, his expression was extremely unsightly. His and Yu Wangu's small battle team had been almost completely wiped out by a cultivator with a divine ability. This news had already spread to the various sea nests in Dingwei's area. Many sea tribe members secretly mocked them, but because of his strength and identity, there were very few who would openly look down on him. Yusiching had a high chance of becoming a king himself, so he naturally wouldn't care too much about his identity as a descendant of a true king. Shui Yingrong couldn't help but say, Brother Yu, you can't underestimate the enemy. That's a human expert with a proud fate. I think we should be on guard and wait for the rest of our brothers to arrive before we talk about anything else. Yusiching actually didn't really believe these words. How many years would it take for someone with a proud fate to appear in the Tianjiao? However, he couldn't refute this, because the White Raja had already determined the matter. If he refuted it, it would be slapping the White Raja's face. So what if he's comparable to a proud fate? Yusiching said coldly. Even a proud fate can't do anything to me when I'm at the champion realm. He shifted his gaze away from the realm river, and didn't even try to hide his disdain. Recuperate first. You're already weak. If you don't recuperate, you'll be instantly killed. How will I explain this to the Wing King? The Wing King was Shui Yingrong's true king ancestor. These words were undoubtedly a slap in the face. It was Yusiching's fierce counterattack for his daring to show his dissatisfaction. Shui Yingrong gritted his teeth. In the end, he sat down without a word and began to recuperate. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this before. However, this was the first time he was so deeply aware that battle with a 9 true king had already become the disgrace of his life. No matter who it was, they could use this matter to hurt him. Chapter 9:12. Shui Yingrong had just sat down and started to regulate his breath. Halfway through, he suddenly heard the sound of waves. The sound of the waves was vast and mighty, and a shout leaped out from within. Those who block me will die. He looked over in horror, only to see a delicate and pretty young man stepping on boundless waves of flames, overturning everything as he approached. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Yusiching snorted coldly and stepped forward to meet him. Shui Yingrong opened his mouth to shout. That should be an illusion. But when the words reached his mouth, he swallowed them back down. If he allowed Yusiching to easily take care of Jiang Wang, wouldn't Shui Yingrong appear even more incompetent? He stood up and assumed a battle stance, ready to fill in the gap at any time. Jiang Wang purposely controlled the illusion and used the 8 sounds burning the sea that he once used in front of Shui Yingrong. He was worried that Shui Yingrong, who had seen it before, would see through it at first glance. Unexpectedly, Shui Yingrong saw through it but did not say anything. Yusiching had already stepped forward to meet him domineeringly. He twisted his fingers and formed a claw, clashing head-on with the illusion created by the Mirage King's Pearl. At this moment, another Jiang Wang wielded his sword and shot to another section of the border river. It seemed like he was trying to create a diversion. However, Yu Siqing pressed down with his left claw, and the illusion created by the Mirage King's Pearl was instantly destroyed. His right hand also formed a claw and slashed forward. There was nothing in front of him, as if he was attacking the air. However, the Jiang Wang who wielded his sword to the border river suddenly had 5 cracks on his body, and he was instantly destroyed. There was no flesh and blood. It was another illusion. Yu Siqing exclaimed in surprise. He glanced at Xuangrong leisurely. This person is proficient in illusions? I couldn't see anything wrong with the illusion just now. It turned out that he had already seen through the illusion created by the Mirage King's Pearl. He was just going with the flow to lure Jiang Wang out to kill him. However, Hong Zhuang's illusion made him believe it was real, so he used his killing move. Compared to Yu Siqing's surprise, Jiang Wang was even more shocked. Just now, what technique was that? He was on one side, but he attacked the other side? Distance seemed to have lost its meaning to Yu Siqing. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Jiang Wang was 20 miles away, moving cautiously into the distance. What he did just now was not a diversion, but rather it was beating the grass and alerting the snake. He wanted to see what Yu Siqing was capable of. It should be said that he had already achieved his goal. He could see it clearly. However, this wasn't good news because his opponent was too terrifying. The illusory body of the red makeup mirror didn't even have the chance to resist. Even he himself didn't know how to deal with it. If he had gained anything from using the Mirage King Pearl and the red makeup mirror image consecutively, it would have been nothing. That would make Jiang Wang realize that Yu Siqing was still undefeatable, at least for now. It could even be said that he had no chance at all. Although he could imagine how terrifying Yu Siqing was based on his previous analysis, he could not help but have the urge to give it a try. Now this idea had been completely dispelled. He was certain that he was no match for Yu Siqing, and it was impossible for him to successfully cross the river under that strange attack, so he decisively retreated. Retreating wasn't an act of giving up, but a decision made after careful consideration. Once all of the other party's subordinates arrived, they would definitely search the vicinity of the border river first before expanding further. At that time, he would definitely have nowhere to hide. However, the Dingwei region was so large that even if all of the sea race were to be pulled out, it would be difficult to search all of the space. The wider the search net was, the bigger the gap would be. He didn't believe that the people chasing after him were all experts of Yu Siqing's level, and that they all had Yu Siqing's methods. Only when Yu Siqing left the border river and joined in the search for him would he have a chance to return and successfully cross the river. This was the best choice in this situation, and also his helplessness when facing an expert like Yu Siqing. In that extremely short observation, Jiang Wang had already determined that this sea race was at least an outer divine ability level existence among human cultivators. And his divine ability was especially terrifying. It was completely comparable to an expert at the Yama level. As for whether he was stronger or slightly weaker, it was impossible to determine before they actually fought. But no matter what, he was definitely stronger than him. Through the eyes of the illusory body, Jiang Wang could already see the 5 colors of the border river, countless fragments of time and space wandering in the narrow but vast gaps. Beautiful but dangerous. As Jiang Wang retreated into the distance, he memorized the appearance of the border river in his mind. No matter how strong the opponent was, he had to cross this border river today. In front of the border river. Unable to detect the location of the opponent's true body, Yu Siqing did not intend to pursue. Blocking the path was the most important thing at the moment. No matter how you change, I only need to guard the path I have to pass through. Therefore, he only took a glance and did not see through Jiang Wang's concealment, so he stopped in place. Because of this contact, he became more careful and began to obtain more information from Shuaingrong. Facing Yu Siqing's question, Shuaingrong only said, "I said before, this person cannot be underestimated. Not only is his illusion technique superb, his killing power is even more terrifying. He has a fire element divine ability that can burn almost anything." He's just pretending to be mysterious just to scare a little kid, Yu Siqing sneered. "Look, I'm blocking the way, does he dare to show his true body?" It could not be more obvious who the little kid was talking about. Shuaingrong was infuriated by Yu Siqing's mocking attitude from time to time, but he was indeed no match for him. He simply stood there and adjusted his breathing, pretending not to hear. You, on the other hand, Yu Siqing suddenly thought of something and looked at him coldly. "Why didn't you tell me this information before?" They were here on the White Raja's orders to search and kill Jiang Wang. Military orders were like mountains. If they were accused of deliberately not cooperating, they would not have a good ending. Shuaingrong's heart trembled, but he said angrily, "I want to say, did you give me a chance? As soon as I came, I said that we had to be on our guard. What did you say? Now that you haven't found the person, you want to blame me? Yu Siqing, you've humiliated me too much. I will definitely repay you in the future." Seeing Shuaingrong angry, Yu Siqing was satisfied and nodded. "I'll wait for your future, but I hope you don't make me wait too long." He wanted to humiliate this person. These descendants of the true king, relying on their good ancestor, had completely lost the tradition of bravery of the sea race. They only knew how to find a comfortable place to pass their days, stirring up many areas in the bewildering world. He, Yu Siqing, had come to the corresponding conscription position. It was clear and clean. This Shuaingrong and that Yuangu had been transferred here through connections. They did not dare to go to the Jiashen area where the human race was strong, so they secretly changed places before the conscription. They thought that others did not know. He looked down on this kind of sea race the most, so he did not mind humiliating them a little. "You won't wait too long," Shuaingrong replied with gritted teeth, as if he was extremely angry. However, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and silently cursed. "Stupid dog!" "Ha ha!" Yu Siqing laughed disdainfully. He shouted, "Trash!" He cursed in his heart. There are always new readers who ask why the results of such a diligent book are not good. Of course, this is because of their love for me and their love for this book. But at the same time, there is also another group of people. There will always be this group of people who will turn to cause and effect. If the results are not good, it means that the book is bad. Today, there was also a trainee who said that the protagonist could never reach the limit of his current realm. It was simply poisonous, and it was expected that the results were not good. I thought for a long time but still could not figure out where the logic of this sentence lies. Should all novels be invincible? As for why the results of this book are not good. A novel with 2 million words and 15 alliance leaders. The only big recommendation so far was the limited free edition in April last year. It also happened to be during the free edition period. Have you ever seen a first-time author write a web novel with such poor recommendations and yet still manage to achieve such results? It can be said that this book was able to increase from 60 to now completely because of the word of mouth of the readers. Is this not enough to prove the word of mouth? Is it not enough to prove the word good? Now, the average subscription is 1,600. With this subscription data, the monthly ticket ranking has always been around the top 200 of the entire station. One must know that almost none of the novels ranked at the top are below premium quality. That is, the average subscription is 3,000. Is this not enough to prove the support of the readers for this book? Many readers gave all their monthly tickets to Qixin when they read other books. Does this not show that they like it? The website's recommendation arrangement has its own considerations. There are many masters in the xianxia genre, and the competition is very fierce. I can't interfere. Although I am anxious, I can only wait. I believe that good preparation can lead to good result. I believe that although the road ahead is difficult, there will be times when the wind and waves are strong. In the end, I can do my best and have no regret. You can say that Qixin's writing is not good enough, but you should talk about martial arts ethics a little. Let's talk about the content of the book itself. You insist that it is bad because it is not invincible, and that bad results mean it is bad. I can only say that your logic is sick. Your logic is sick, and you don't even realize it. You even came to me with the title of a trainee. You are sick. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.